Friends and foes alike, you're welcome to the Vawulence Space. Let me check my audibility. Please confirm if I'm audible wherever you're watching me from right now. Please just confirm my audibility. If I'm audible, just let me see an emoji, please, guys. If you can hear me on X. If I'm audible on X, please let me see an emoji just to confirm. TikTok, I know you guys can hear me. Facebook, if you can hear me, please. Am I audible on X, please? All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, guys. Welcome to the live. Plenty things have been happening over the past couple of days. So I'm just trying to get myself together and start on the bright note, but God is with us. God is with us. So guys, thank you so much for joining us wherever you're streaming from. I'm trying to make sure that we are streaming this live simultaneously across different platforms. So I know virtually everybody that is here, you are attuned to already what the atmosphere is around around where we are right now. From the past couple of days, the interview that we had that was going viral. I'm just going to share some couple of stories, but before I jump into it, I just want to say thank you so much, all of you that have come out this early. I call you guys the first responders because you guys are actually like the bedrock on which we are going to build this show today. So I'm going to please push many of you. As you hear the sound of my voice, I'm going to please indulge you guys to please help. Let's build this platform. In case for those that are on other platforms watching us, this is the Vawulence Space. Actually, we are the biggest political space on X. Our ground zero for today's conversation is actually on X. If you ask me what is X, that is Twitter. My other shows are always TikTok shows, but today is based on X. So hopefully, Prof might be streaming from X. I don't know. We did not do any background coordination, but I know he's always on TikTok. So, but I might stream him from TikTok to X. But our ground zero conversation today will be circled mostly on X. Speakers will mostly be picked from X today. I just wanted to lay that ground. But before we jump into every other thing that we have settled for tonight, I want to please indulge every one of you that's listening to the sound of my voice right now to please share the space, like the space, repost the space. Let the whole world know that number one space on X is back and we're up and running. And as usual on this platform, we take no prisoners. This is the platform where we speak truth to power. Here is totally different from the Indian Saddam show. Here is highly regulated. Here is highly how do I put it? Here is a highly, what I call it? It's one-way traffic here. We don't tolerate nonsense on this. On Thursdays here, no. Here you must hear the truth, you must receive the truth, and you must share the truth, and the truth will set you free. So please, guys, while I wait to get to hear from Prof and everything, and while I'm probably giving my submission, I just want you guys to please let's start the show on a very bright note. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice right now, whatever platform you're listening to right now, please, my ex people, you know how we do it on the platform. Please repost the space, share the space. Let's get more people into the conversation. That's how we build a platform. Everybody listening to me right now, please let's take the next few seconds to do that. While we get into the conversation, hopefully, let me see if Prof is already in the building yet. He's not yet here. Prof is not a celebrity. It's not easy. Let me just share a story today. My godson in university, from my godson from primary school, secondary school, called me this evening. I was so tired and I picked his call. I was like, that your video has gone everywhere. That that is my father. That is his father, my godfather. Called him. I was telling him, did you know I saw my godson? And I want to paint a picture because this my godfather is actually a veterinary doctor that lives in the forest. I want you guys to understand, he lives in the forest. So that's why I don't stereotype when I hear about the Fulani herdsmen and all these things. I know my godfather currently is one of the people that he has been treating cattle for Fulani herdsmen for the past 40 years. So I know I can differentiate between true herdsmen and bandits and terrorists. I understand the distinct, right? There are people that are actually just herdsmen going along their businesses. So that's my godfather, and he reached out to me and that the video is everywhere. And for me, it's not just about the virality of the video, it's about the content of the video. what was said in the video. At this point in time, how important the messaging that was shared in that video had to be passed. Because I look at young Nigerians of our time now, and I see the kind of conversations we have. I see what gets us turned up. I see what we love to share, what we love to talk about, and there are issues that do not directly affect us. And you see how much bigotry is being spread in these our days and our times by young Nigerians, and I'm like, you people did not even see this nation work for you. I see how much young Nigerians that have not benefited anything from the country are defending those that are currently destroying the country. I see how much young Nigerians that are victims of oppression, victims of bad governance, are the ones defending this bad governance. And I saw this and I'm like, it was so timely that this man had to come at this point in time. And I shared this story yesterday, and I'm sharing it one more time today, because on the Vawulence Space we did not share this story. Probably you guys did not, you were not on the platform yesterday. And I said, you guys know me on the Vawulence Space, how much I'm more about protocol. It's my first come, first serve. If you come up here and I see your request, I'll bring you up. And I bring up based on, on Vawulence Space, we don't always do face. So I don't even know how old you are. Many people are faceless here. Says as you come, I bring you up, and it's as I bring you up is how you speak, right? But and that's I make sure I follow the same protocol in all my platforms, because for me, I'm not in Nigeria whereby I know that we respect our elders. Respecting of elders is very vital, it's very important. I don't disrespect my elders, but I don't operate in a system whereby I'll see my elders and they want to bamboozle me even when I know they are wrong, because we have a culture of protecting the old, even when the old are being stupid or are wrong at something. We just and this one I born, this one na big man. We worship all these things. So I've tried to unwash myself from that mentality. So that's why on my platforms, no matter how old you are, young you are, if you come, I do it first come, first serve. But something happened on Monday. And after I gave my monologue on the Emir Saddam show, I brought up speakers already. I wanted to give this young man that was the first person I called. If you watch that video, you saw I called the guy. I don't know these people. And I'm like, because on the Emir Saddam show, I don't even vet. No matter who you are, no matter where you stand, I bring you up. In fact, I love even engaging Tinubu supporters nowadays, because I see the stupidity in them. I love talking to them, because I just expose them for what they stand and what they represent. So it's even more fun when I have them. So I don't even vet who is coming up. And I saw this young man. I did not even ask anyone to turn their videos on. It was Abba, so my moderator, that said, and any Tinubu supporter coming here on this video. And all of a sudden, everybody on their videos. And I wanted to call a young man that was meant to speak first. And this senior man interjected. I was like, please, can he say something? Normally that irritates my spirit. God knows, if you know me, you know that I don't like when I'm speaking or when I'm calling somebody. If you come in, I don't really change out for you first. I don't have that patience, right? So as the man did it, something else told me to stop. I just calmed down and I was like, all right, let me hear what's this. I said, who is that? And the man was like, please, can I? And I saw the man get white beards like or Professor Wawulence Space. I was like, I don't go fit. I know how to respect my guy. I said, okay, please, let me just allow this man. And all of a sudden, that video, I believe, is currently what will change the trajectory going forward, because of the kind of information that came out of it, the kind of the stimulation that is currently going through that video, because it actually triggered something. It triggered a generation of people that have benefited from this country and have kept quiet. A set of people that saw Nigeria work for. I was shocked yesterday hearing some things. I was hearing something and I was like, it's a lie. Imagine telling me that you're in university, they come and do your laundry for you. Do you understand? Hey, I was mad yesterday. I was crying. I said, and it was not just saying it. Some of my very well respected brothers came into the show, and they were like collaborating with what this man was saying. Ah, God. Then they come sweep in our room for now. Then they come do our laundry. Then they give us food. Amala, ewedu, this one. Yeah. You can go to UK and come back without visa. The naira was stronger than the dollar. Hey, God have mercy. God have mercy. Yes. Thank you. Today I not posted the video actually. So the video is going super viral. In case you've not watched it, and I was like, I have to invite this man to please come and share this thing again. Come and share this wealth of information with my people on the Vawulence Space, please, and for Nigerians to understand. And also, I indulge and I begged our mothers, our fathers that saw Nigeria work. You witnessed the work in Nigeria. The problem is that many of them Japan, when things started getting bad, they ran away for safety. Rightfully so, you cannot blame them. And that was the genesis of this Japa syndrome. And ever since then, when things get bad for Nigerians, Japa is the next way out. I have a travel agency. I should be one person that should be coming out here and be selling Japa, because that is part of how I feed. I help students leave the country, right? But you'll never see me come out and advertise my business or sell it, also because I know that even if I know that it is directly I'm meant to be gaining from this, I have an audience. If I sell my business, it will go viral. But at the same time, I'm looking at it from the moral aspect. I'm like, how many of Nigerians can run? When I'm hearing that from 2023 till date, over 4 million Nigerians have japped, and it's not 4 million bad Nigerians, mind you. It's not 4 million it's not 4 million struggling Nigerians. It is 4 million Nigerians that can afford to live, because we that do this travel stuff, I know how much it costs to leave the country right now. You'll be spending into the 20s, 30s, 40s of millions. Come on, man, don't get that kind of money. The very best of our people are leaving the country in droves. And so I saw a generation that ran away from the problems. And subsequent generations have been running. Me said, we follow run. Because if you have told me in 2010, Saddam, you leave Nigeria, I go, even in 2014, Saddam, you come on Nigeria, I go laugh you, it's not possible. I know where they go. I love Nigeria to the core. I've traversed Nigeria by the grace of God. I've lived in all the major regions in the country. When I mean live, I've lived months, years in all these regions. I can say vividly how dynamic Nigeria is, how wealthy Nigeria is, how multicultural Nigeria is, how blessed we are as a people, the resources, the human capital, the human capacity. I can give a 10 hours lecture on Nigeria. So telling me Nigeria, you live in Nigeria, I go say that lie. But my experience that I saw firsthand was what pushed me out. That guy, now who they are alive go fit talk about Nigeria, and I had to go. And so many young Nigerians are already lining up, queuing. That if 2027 doesn't happen, they will run away. That is the reality of our country that we are facing right now, my people. And so it is important for those that actually benefited and experienced a working Nigeria to please be very vocal in this time. I'm saying this because for me, I'm seeing this, that 2027 is actually a make or mar moment for us. It's either we save our country or we lose it forever. I do not see us coming back from 2027. And I say this because of the quality of people in leadership currently. If we by mistake reinforce this quality of this set of leaders in leadership in 2027, we can as well kiss our country goodbye. We will never recover from the damage that will come from these people. We cannot. So this is the last fight for all of us, that we have to put in our everything and our all, and that is exactly what I feel should be triggering you any moment and anytime you see yourself. So Mr. Page, sir, please, my professor is here. Prof, can you please I don't know. So I'm going to have to plan this very well, sir. I want you to come on X. So please, sir. So I don't know if you have two devices, sir. Please, if you can come on X, and request the mic. I don't know if you've ever. Let me bring you up on. Please, sir, let me send you the mic first here. I'll send you the mic here first on TikTok. Then I'm going to see if we're going to find a way around. If it's going to stream from TikTok to X, one way or the other. But if you have an X account, I will now direct you on how to come on X and join the conversation, because I would really love you to be here on X also. All right. My guest is here. Sir, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing today, my celebrity professor? I hope
Okay.
you I hope you have had a great day, sir.
Yes, I have a good day.
All right,
I
please.
thought, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if do you have an X account?
I do, but I hardly use it, except if I'm replying Ronald Mockery.
Oh, okay. So
I
you got to
hardly use
reply.
it. It's only when but that's what he uses most of the time. When he makes all those annoying submission, I just reply immediately.
All right.
I don't know how to link it up now, but I thought you should be able to do that.
Yeah. So
Today,
how many devices do you have, please?
Today, I have my laptop, my iPad, and my this thing, but the laptop and iPad, because I'm supposed to be in a class in few. Let me see now. I'm supposed to be in a class, online class, right?
Yeah.
Mm, so most of those, although they are on a workshop, I'm supposed to be monitoring them from my iPad and be responding to any question they have in the workshop. So I only have my iPhone with me. My iPad is in.
Without slow your
No,
participation.
it will not. It will not.
Okay.
Like yesterday, like, did you notice I was in the class yesterday? Did you notice it?
No, I did not know.
No,
Yeah,
no.
well, I was getting the side distraction, but it was not evident. No, it
Yes,
wasn't.
but I gave sufficient assignment and analysis which they were all doing, and by the time I finished, and I went back to the class and we had another. So this morning I was able to round it up with them. So I don't
All
know. I
right.
think we can. You can maybe if you can do it, that would be good. If you can link me up to X from here or
No,
finish from
let
here.
me ask people from X. Guys on X,
Yes, but
please. My people on X, just a minute, sir. Is he audible enough? Can you hear him enough? Please just give me emojis if you can hear him. If you can hear him, or if let me see. I just want to see. Can you hear him? Is he audible enough? Let me see the emojis. I can see sir, can you use one of your devices to enter your X account?
that would no. I will be disrupting a class.
Okay, so you
Okay.
can only
The
use this
class is
particular
on
phone.
they're on workshop, and the rule is that they're on workshop and supposed to be overseeing what they are doing. So they will just be like more like a statistical lab. If they have any question, they will send it on the screen and supposed to be monitoring them. But
So
they
you can
should be able
only
to hear
use
me
this your
very well. They
particular
should be able
phone
to hear me very well
for.
on X now. Huh?
Sir?
They should be able to hear me very well on X.
Yeah, I think they can. They should be able to hear it very well. Can't you guys, X guys, I beg, please, you should confirm. Can you hear my prof? I beg.
Okay, today I'm to talk on only one point, which is on the electoral process, right?
Yeah, they can hear you,
Okay.
sir. They can hear you. They can hear you. I'm getting enough
So,
thumbs up
so
that they
I
can
am
hear
going
you.
to be speaking on the electoral process.
So just so what will happen is just so while I will wrap up my submission real quick. You can be heard on X. So the conversation on X here, we can. I can just turn your video on here because I want maximum. I need you to. I need maximum. Sorry, clarity because I want this. Let me see. I'm coming. I don't even know how they did. Multi guest restart. I'm trying to make sure that I get this right. Shrink. Okay, so guys, please just give me a minute. Give me a minute while I see how we can do this in a very good way so everybody can be happy. Auto accept, prioritize, allow guest. Abaso, come oh. There's fire on the mountain. I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Please guys, just bear with me. Allow guests, followers, accept. All right, let's just keep the conversation going. So I'm just gonna do this right now. Let me just People are saying around but I think I have to turn off my fan. My fan is probably making some noise. Okay, I think you must be audible right now. You must be audible right now. So guys, please, please manage with us today. I'm gonna have to improvise. If you have, I'm going to be making sure that the major speakers will be coming from X. Questions I'll be asked will be coming from X. Sorry, questions to ask will be coming from X. Today will be less of conversation. Please, people on X today, Vawulence Space today on X is a very different and special Vawulence Space. It's a space where you come to learn. Please, we'll do less talking today and more learning. Less talking, more learning. Probably after Prof's submission, we'll open up the floor for more conversations, right? But we really need to. There's a whole lot of information from his generation that has to be passed on to our generation, and we have to. I want to pick everything from his brains as much as possible. I've been picking for the past 3 days. My head I have not been normal, right? So please, one more time, Prof. Sir. I know that we agreed that today's conversation will be centered on INEC. Will be majorly centered on INEC, but I have a very huge audience on X. People that probably did not get to hear some of the things we talked about yesterday. So I will still be circling down some questions. I don't know how long you want to give us today. I hope you can give Nigerians enough time, like you did yesterday. And if it's possible, if you can turn your video on for us, also, it will make sense for us, sir. I want to really milk this content, honestly speaking, because the information here is too much. So I just want to circle back before I bring you on what I was saying earlier on, based on the levels of how Nigeria has gotten to till today and how the Japa syndrome has reached. And for me personally, an inspiration of why I still had to, because after the election of 2023, I had a moment where I was like, I'm going to stop these spaces. I was getting tired mentally. I was tired and everything. But I hosted the former Minister of Education on one of our spaces. That's Madam Obi Ezekwesili. And on that space, she said something that whenever I want to give up, it always draws me back to the center. I'm like, Saddam, you have to go on, you have to go on, you have to go on. But Madam Ezekwesili said that in 1993, she was 30 years. She turned 30 in 1993. And that she and some few students were at the front of the advocacy for return to democracy, and that they fought and they were loud screaming for MK Abiola's mandate that was stolen, and that when that phase happened, many of her mates left the country and traveled, and that the Japan. And she said this was in 2000. I think this was 2000. We had that space. I think 2024. She said, I'm turning 61 years old today. And 30 years later, Nigeria is worse off than it was when we were meant to fight. We did not fight. We ran away. Many of my people ran away. And many of my people are now doing well in diaspora. Many of them are giving birth to their children in diaspora. Their children are citizens. Many of them want to come back home, but they can't even come back home because of the nature of how Nigeria is right now. Nigeria is 100 times worse off than it was when they were meant to fight. And she said something that really struck me, and she was like, Saddam, if you people, your generation, do not fight now, if you people keep quiet, you will close your eyes and you will wake up 30 years later and Nigeria will be worse off than it is today. Because if you think that things are bad now, things can only get worse. And that is what keeps me up awake every time. When I think of it, that Nigeria can actually get worse. Because when you saw Buhari's regime, you are like, this is the worst of Nigeria. This is the very worst. We can never get worse than this. Then Tinubu comes in, and Tinubu is doing it like times 20 times of Buhari in less than 3 years. So we can wake up in 15 years' time, and Nigeria is almost, people are scrambling, eating themselves to survive. So it is insane, and that for me is what is driving me. So when I met Prof on Monday, and he shared an angle for me that opened me up to understand that there's actually a generation that is currently alive that witnessed a Nigeria that worked, a Nigeria that they could afford to say. I was watching Peter B's video yesterday, and he was saying he will wake up as a student. Oh my God, have mercy. As a student, he will wake up and board flights. He will drive to the airport, bought flights, fly from Lagos to London for weekend, buy goods and come back on Sunday. Fly from Lagos to New York, buy goods as a student. So the generation that actually saw Nigeria work are still very much alive. The painful thing is that they are quiet. And for me, I don't want to curse them. I don't want to curse them. I don't want to insult them, because many of them are now speaking up. Because I'm wondering, if you saw these things, why are you silent and watching Nigeria get so bad? Then Prof happened, and actually right now we are trying to reignite a movement of these silent people that enjoyed Nigeria, that they must speak up and be at the forefront of educating young Nigerians to understand that Nigeria actually worked at a point in time. That there were times that the king of Saudi Arabia used to come to University of Ibadan Teaching Hospital for treatment. Those people that witnessed that thing are still alive. It's not we're not talking about 18th century. People that witnessed those things are still very much alive. It's a sacrilege if we don't fix our country. It's a sacrilege. So for me, it's very important that these conversations do not stop here. So please, guys, if you understand how important what we are doing here is, I just want to indulge you one more time. Please, let's share this live. I don't want Prof to start speaking and this room is still scanty, because for me it is scanty right now. Because I know that people that are meant to hear things are not yet here. So please, guys, I indulge you guys one more time. Wherever you're watching this platform from, wherever you're tuning in from, please take the next few seconds to share the space. Prof is already live here. I will bring him up in any minute from now. Probably at the top of the hour, I'll bring him up. Just to let's tap from the wealth of knowledge and fountain of wisdom from a man. This is actually a professor. Today's professors are rigging elections. And the professors of today actually saw this better Nigeria. That's the painful thing. Many of them, not all of them though, many of them saw this better Nigeria. Today they are rigging elections for people that witness that better Nigeria, but they are disgracing and destroying the country today. And so when I see Nigerians, especially like many of our people focused on Peter B's interview, you see me. I know me now. When I say it all the time, I come out here, I say we have to start understanding what it means to be a people that actually shape narrative. I don't stress myself watching Peter B's interview anymore. I don't have that. What does Peter B want to tell me that he has not told me for the past consistently for the past 15 years? People that come out to drag or talk about Peter B's interview are people that actually support a man that actually leaks the microphone. They told him to test the microphone. A man that abdicated the roles of answering questions to other people and called it teamship. A man that is currently destroying the country, and his supporters are actually telling you that this is what he did in Lagos. They are using what he did in the supposed mysteries of what he did in Lagos as a benchmark of why we should vote him back to power. Not what he has done in the past 3 years. The abnormality. So I will be damned as a person to spend and dissipate my energy at this critical point in time defending a man that I understand and I know is actually what Nigeria needs right now. So for me, I'm trying to create a new narrative, shift the energies to a place that is more important, which is opening up the eyes of young Nigerians to understand that Nigeria actually worked at a point in time. Not 100 years ago, not 50 years ago, some 40-something years ago, some 30-something years ago, Nigeria was working. And the people that benefited it are currently destroying it. People that went to education for free are giving you loans today. And the people that are collecting the loans today, even though the loans is fake, I don't know anybody that collected the loans, are defending the people that destroyed their future. This abnormality has to stop. And that's why voices like Prof is very important in this time and in this season. And I'm begging my mothers and my brothers, my fathers in this room that experienced because if you watched this show at the end of yesterday, something stood out for me. I had 3 senior Nigerians on the platform that had joined Nigeria. They were just talking. I just kept quiet and I said, please, people should share experience. I'm going to cut that part also and post it because I know that is the very powerful part that Nigeria needs to work. People that, and you will be hearing their experience, and all of them, the funny thing is that all of them are no longer in the country. They're no longer in the country. So please, guys, we have to fix our country. We have to fix our country. Let me bring in Prof right now. Prof, sir, I think I've set the tone for you today. Yesterday, we agreed that we're going to talk on INEC. So let me just expand you. Yeah. Abasol, if you can hear me, please come and join me or let me direct me on how I'm going to do this thing so that all of us can be guests too. I don't know how allow guest requests, allow co-hosts, multiple guests, restarts, manage moderators, share recording. I don't know why this thing is the way it is. I'm trying to change the background. Please, guys, on TikTok. So, guys, Prof cannot be with us up here live. So, what Prof is going to do is that Prof will be speaking from TikTok. Every questions that I'll be giving priority questions today to our people on X. So please stay with us. He'll be able to hear. Let's test the mic, please. Let me just start with Tommy. Tommy, can you speak? Let me see if Prof can hear you.
Hi, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sir. Okay.
All right. So that means we have a smooth transition. My people on Facebook, you guys can hear, right? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Prof is up here now, guys. We stopped yesterday on INEC. So this is a master's class. I cannot direct you on what you say or on how you want. I know you must have prepared what you want to present to us today on INEC. First of all, I want to welcome you, sir. Thank you. I don't know the experience. Okay, should I share your DM you sent to me today? Should I?
DM. Oh, can I remember? Okay, I can't remember, but go ahead, no problem.
Okay, the message from the government people.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because they'll be there now. They'll be here today again.
Okay.
That was supposed to be a private message to me.
Okay. So I just want you guys to understand. Let me coin this in a better way because I've already laid the cat out of the bag.
Yes.
I want you guys to understand that what we do on this platform is very powerful. What we do here is very powerful, and where Prof Voice has gotten to Aso Rock. I just want you guys to know that I'm putting this. I will not go into details, but I want you guys to understand what we're doing here, and the people that are currently here listening includes the people that are currently ruling the country. So it is good that we all sit down and learn. I want to learn so that I can always have talking points going forward. So please, guys, every Nigerian should be here. Every Nigerian should be listening to this. If I had a superpower, is how I can tune in 2 million or 10 million Nigerians to be listening to this right now. But you can help us. If you're in a space or you're in a room where you have people that are Nigerians, you can fix this up on the speaker. They can join the conversation. You can repost the live. You can share the live. Facebookers, share it. My people on TikTok, X, everybody, please share this live. This information should not just be for you. It should be for everybody that's a Nigerian that wants. Bring in the most fierce supporter of this government that you know. Let them come in here. Let them come in here tonight. Thank you guys as you do it. Prof, please welcome, sir. You're welcome to the show. In case, please, sir, for my audience on X, if you can reintroduce yourself, just let them know who you are. And the journey so far, your celebrity status now. I want to know. I want to start on the lighter note. Let's start on the lighter note. Right?
Just to let you know that I am just a Nigerian who is passionate about this country, very passionate about this country. A Nigerian who was fortunate to born in a generation that the country blessed and propped up at our young, innocent age. A Nigerian that shows that this country can work. I don't want to say is a nightmare. You see, what you don't know or what you don't have, you don't miss. But what you know or what you have and you've lost it, you miss it.
Oh, sorry guys. You can't hear Prof?
You can hear me?
But we can hear now.
Okay, so I have to put my mic on. That is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you lost, what you don't have before, you can't miss it. So the younger generation, I can understand why you are probably not too worried. But when you have enjoyed the previous one, and then you now see what is going on now, you will have a nightmare. like I used to quite an impression. I'm a prof of statistics and logistics in Academy of Learning Career College, Toronto, not University of Toronto, please.
Okay.
All right. So now many of my colleagues who asked, I want to let you know, I think one or two of them from CBN said that solution matrix I gave on removal of subsidy and FX management or letting the naira to flow. So why I to ask you to cut it and let it go viral. That area where I gave the solution for removal of subsidy, right?
Yeah.
And the idea of how you manage the foreign exchange, where I think the government has gone wrong and what they should have done right. They said, why didn't you? That is what they want to look again and see the solution I gave. I think the solution seemed to be a bit working for them, and I let them know that what they are thinking they cannot do, they can actually do it. Right, if you remember what I said yesterday about the issue of removal of subsidy, that it was a bit too hasty. The president knew very well those who are scamming the country. The president is a very brilliant and intelligent man. He knows those who are scamming the country through subsidy. He knows them by name and by address. And when he said immediately subsidy is over, he was actually addressing them. But this is where the mistake is. Which is why it's good to have your committee. They would have told you, look, you don't throw the baby with the bathwater away. You can remove the subsidy without destroying the hope of livelihood of the average Nigerian. That's why I gave you the statistics of consumption of fuel in Pakistan and consumption of fuel in Indonesia, where you have these are countries with about identical population with us, and they are consuming less than 60% of what we claimed we are consuming, and that is the fraud number one. So while we are paying subsidy on 70 million liters every day, what we were actually consuming is 45 million liters. You know what that means? That means we are paying subsidy on 25 million liters that never got to you and me and got to those few selected ones. And the president knew. He knew them. Those were the people he was hammering and targeting. I knocked them up. But why doing that? It created a situation where the average man like you and me and other people went into a terrible pain. And so the price of fuel just skyrocketed. If he had removed only those sections away, right? If he had done that and even backdated it to 4 or 5 years, the money he would have gotten back would have been enough, and so much that we can sustain fuel subsidy at 45 million consumption, 45 million liters per day. That is the first thing he would have done. And then secondly, now that by grace of God, Dangote has come on stream, you could have gone to Dangote negotiation. Say this, please, you are coming on stream now. So that means fuel should be cheaper. We no longer export crude to Croatia to refine and then bring it back again and sell. We can give you crude here from Port Harcourt, you refine and sell here. Please, the current price is 420. Can you get a better price, not more than 500, 600 naira per liter? You will not be there when you're discussing it. I will not be there. And Dangote will go on his template and see the possibility. And one of the questions will be, okay, President, can you let me buy crude at an agreed Nigerian price? It's our product. It's not OPEC product. It's our product. It's not OPEC. We can sell to him at an agreed Nigerian price, and so that the average man is not put under tremendous price and inflationary burden. These are the things you could have done. And you and I will not know. You don't realize that, okay, you are not part of the subsidy, but petroleum price has gone up from 430 to maybe 520, not 1,600, 1,300. And so inflation would have been tamed and controlled. Now, then the issue of the FX. I told you something that goes on in the FX. Yes, they will tell you before it came in, which is true, that is the arbitrage between CBN price for $1 and what you buy. When I use the word Sheraton, I don't mean Sheraton per se. I mean what you buy in the black market.
Yeah.
Because that's where there are many of them. So what happens there? I gave you a classical example. I call my friend. I'm a top guy in CBN. I call my friend like Sada. I said, okay, come. Go and get 300 million naira from Keystone Bank. I'll give you $1 million. Keystone will credit CBN $300 million. 300 million naira. I will give Saddam $1 million. I thought Saddam would smile. Then when you get $1 million, you go across to Sheraton, to black market, and sell it for 480. So in one swing, you have made 180 million naira profit. In one swing, 180 million. If you do that twice a month for a quarter, you know how wealthy you will be. Now my question now is this: yes, what he has done now, he has bridged the gap between the black market and the CBN rate. But at what cost? At what price? Question: what led to that sharp price? What led to that sharp price is the same CBN who called his friend Saddam and gave him $1 million at 300. It wasn't done by angel. It wasn't done by Satan the devil. So who does CBN report to? Who controls CBN? The presidency. So what do you do? If you have honesty and sincerity, you tell CBN full stop, including myself, my wife or children. Nobody should get dollar at that 300 naira per dollar again. Nobody should get it. And that will seal it. Yes, you will offend so many people, the top guys. Why? Because you are trying to protect the average Nigerian. And once you do that, then you would have defended the currency first level. You would have defended, because it will not crash from 400 naira, 450 naira to a dollar to 2,000 or 1,400. It wouldn't have crashed like that. And you would have stabilized the economy. And once that two are in good shape, then you start doing your reform and other things. People will not, because the major problem we have today is the reckless increase in pricing. Not anybody's fault. Because my brother, if I'm a baker and I run my diesel at $1 million naira a month before my dear president came on power, and now it's costing me 5 million a month, who will bear the brunt? The price of bread. And that's why you have that thing. If I'm a restaurant, who will bear the brunt? The customers who patronize me. If I'm a food seller, the same thing. You can't tell me that, hey, you remove subsidy, but our foreign reserve has gone up by 50 billion. I say, forget it. Go and tell the woman on the street that the bag of rice, which we used to buy for 25,000 naira per bag, is now 100,000 naira per bag. But madam, don't worry, buy it. Our foreign reserve has gone up to 50 billion. Who are you speaking? What language is that? So these are the things you do in leadership. Honesty and sincerity. So I just repeated this now because I'm sure one or two of them are listening. So this is how it's too simple, but you have to be sincere. Sincere in the sense that if you have your brother or your in-law or your sister comes to you to buy $1 million, will you honestly tell her, sorry, my dear, you can't get it at 300 naira per dollar again? You have to get it at the standard rates. You defend your country. Can you do that? That is the power of honesty and sincerity. If you can do that, then the country will be beautiful. So I hope my guys there, okay? I've given better. You can always send me a thing for me to go a little bit deeper. But now let's go to today's one, which is on the electoral process. Now, and I think that is the greatest angle of our political developmental trajectory, our electoral reform. If you listen to what Stalin of USSR said, he said he doesn't like democracy. So you know why? Because all those who vote, they determine nothing. It is those who count the vote that determines everything. I repeat, Stalin of USSR, he said he doesn't like democracy because all of you who vote, you determine nothing. It is the man who collects it in his room and determines everything. Now, that is what he has seen. Now, what are we supposed to do? Is to look at our electoral process and say, how do we make it rig-proof? That is what Nigerians should concern themselves now. How do we make it rig-proof? The moment it becomes rig-proof, my brother, if Tinubu wins the election, you are, even if you don't like him, you'll be forced to congratulate him.
Yes.
We should make it rig-proof. Question, is it possible? The answer is yes. Again, my generation, come on board. We saw it happen in 1992. Under the auspices of Professor Humphrey Nwosu. Humphrey Nwosu was commissioned by Babangida to bring a rig-proof electoral process. And you remember by that time we already have 1960 election, 1963 election, we've already have 1979 election, we've already have 1983 election, rigging. Babangida meant well. So go to your closet, call your colleagues, think of a rig-proof, if possible, for an electoral process, and he came up with option A4. You know what option A4 is? Option A4 is where we all stand in the polling station, we all vote. They will count the vote. Maybe let me use your name. Saddam is contesting against Alex, for instance. Maybe two of you are the main contestants in that polling station. Your pictures are there. People want to vote, we stand behind and they will count the vote. One day, oh, Saddam got 120, Alex got 185. Case closed. Right? Case closed. The information is taken and sent straight to INEC. INEC is guiding that. You can't change it. Why? Because it's already been announced to the public. So if you go to their own IREP, then we don't have IREP. If you get to their own board, you'll be looking at your polling station. Yes, I know that Saddam got 120 and Alex got 180. Let's see what is there. Oh, 120, 180. And that was what Humphrey Mosu did throughout the nation. And then we were waiting patiently on the television to see the announcement. And the result was coming up. It was a battle between MKO Abiola and Alhaji Tofa. Thank you very much. From Kano. And the result was pouring in. And including myself, to my shock, MKO Abiola defeated Tofa in his village in Kano. You couldn't rig it. He defeated Tofa in his village in Kano. Cut a long story short, MKO Abiola was cruising home peacefully and victory was certain. And then suddenly, my generation just before me, they cut that journey short. And now my question is this, which goes back to leadership failure. You have a system that worked. You're going to build on it and make it better, so that your grandchildren can come in and make it best. Why is INEC justicing option A4? Why? There's a template of a system that was leak-proof. Why are you throwing it away? You can even make it better now with technology. Why are you throwing it away? At that time, there was no internet. Why are you throwing it away? Why are you not thinking about it? That was when I became worried. And I became worried about the sincerity of INEC and the elections. You have a template of a fantastic election, which everybody knows all over the world that it was the freest election ever done in this country. Why are we not repeating that? That is what we should be agitating for. INEC, go and adopt option A4. Now, technically, it may come into play in 2027 because I heard many of you say, when they go and vote, you defend your vote. That is, when you vote and it is counted, everybody will, thank God for iPhone and phone, everybody will take the picture, right? And hopefully not. Now, if everybody take the picture, then the thing is supposed to be transmitted now to the collection center. You all have the result. Hopefully, as you have the result, the various parties already have their result. And I see what Professor Patu Tommy said, they will create their own IREF.
Yes.
So that their own IREF will be published on internet. Oh, we have counted through layer 1. This is the result. They have counted through layer 2. This is the result. But by so doing, the beauty of that is that it will be difficult for INEC to go and tamper and change figures because they know it is not a public knowledge. What they will do against that, I don't know, but that is what they should do. Now, that is the electoral fight with Chupato. Now, my only worry again came to the idea where they said, if you have a forged certificate, it is not a crime for you to be disqualified for election. I said, Mba, OTO, I mean, don't lower the standard now. Don't lower the standard. So that, because if you say you have a forged certificate, that's not a crime to disqualify somebody. No, please. INEC, you are listening to me, I beg you. That is not fair. You are lowering the standard and it's not good for us. Then, the one that worried me most was that if you came to the polling booth and you came with a voting card, a ballot paper that does not carry INEC logo, but the electoral officer is convinced that is okay, he should adopt it. Why? And I said, why are you guys saying, who is doing that? That is what you have in your electoral system today. So if I go now and I print electoral I print ballot papers, a lot of it, and I bring it to the police station, and Saddam is the electoral officer, and I showed it to him, said, this is what we have voted, I'm voting with this, my friend is voting with this. And they said, once Saddam said, okay, this is not bad, that the law says it should be accepted. No. Excellence do not come by compromising every standard. No. Those two things are the area where I became worried. In fact, I almost lost interest. Say I won't fly down for this election. I flew down in 2023. Say if that's what they want to do, I won't be there and say electoral officer come and tell me that even though we saw only 200 people in this polling booth, at the end 770 people voted because somebody came with an electoral ballot paper and the electoral officer says it's okay, and the law says if the electoral officer says it's okay, therefore it's okay. Do you listen to Mike Guinea? He almost was literally in tears. This is an experienced INEC officer. He's retired now from INEC. But he screamed, he saw it and he screamed. That was last month. And nobody responded to it. And that is where we are. That is where we are. Please. And that is what I am particularly worried. Right? That we certainly must make our extra step. You see, no electoral, you could have had the general language that no electoral process is foolproof. Not even the US, not even this. That's why they use the word free and fair. They didn't say free and excellent. What they mean by fair is that it substantially represents the opinion of the voters. So nobody can come in and turn the table upside down. Like where Saddam got 180 votes, right? And then we change it to 6,900. Then where the other man got 120 votes, we change it to 12. And you will see the alteration openly is there. Till today, our INEC of Mahmoud, we have not been able to release the result on the IRF till today. Because of what? The glitch. So these are the areas we should pay attention to now. Because if we are able to control the rigging process electronically, then you don't need to fight with your. I know you have your gloves. You wouldn't need to fight because the thing will be seamless, and everybody will go home and relax and see the real result. And I'm telling you, if it's so good, even if you do not like Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and he wins the election, you'll be forced to say, okay, President, congratulations, Nigerians opted for you. Nigerians opted for you. Nigerians opted for you. That is what democracy is all about. I have my observation about democracy as a principle of selection. I fault it because democracy has a faulty foundation. Even though it's the government of the people, for the people, by the people. He has a statement that says he assumed that everybody who is voting is equally intelligent, is equally aware, and everybody is voting have an independent mind. But we know this is not true. This is why the money bag are having their ways. This is why people are stealing money through fuel subsidy or any other means. Because if you have money, you can persuade somebody's mind to change his choice. They will tell you, 10,000 is small. That will not be enough for him. But if you give it to him, he will not tell you no. He will still take it because of the incidence of poverty. So the politicians are smart enough to know that, listen, they all know that 10K, 20K will not feed them for 4 years. But they do not have 1 naira in their pocket. So if I give you 40K immediately, you are likely to give it. So boy, go and do 40K. Thank you very much. That is why I said don't blame the professors who are rigging. I said it's easy to blame them from a distance. I said, listen, the professor, you are earning 500,000, and every month you are going to debit, and you are in debt. And yes, a senator who is contesting, he call you by the side, or a governor. Not a senator, a governor. Say, come my son, come my prof, and I want to help you get things right. If this is done, you are the returning officer, yes, you announce it, this is the figure we are hoping to announce. So adjust the figures as they are coming in to suit this. If you're able to deliver this, you are having 50 million. To start with, once you say okay, so for saying okay, this is 10 million. What do you want to tell that prof now? That's nothing you tell him again. He's going to be racking his brain how to adjust those figures as they are coming from the electoral collation center, how to adjust it to achieve the result he agree with the governor. That is it. So we are saying that, can we look at these things and see how do we solve this problem? Is it solvable? The answer is yes. Can we make it really proof? The answer is yes. We have a template already, option A4. Why are we guys running away from a process that yielded the best and the freest election in Africa? Why are we running away from it? That's the question I was asking INEC. Why are you running away from it? Yeah, but I know why you're running away from it. Because if you tell you your honest truth and tell you how naked you are, and the person you don't like might win the election, these are the people, the person the people like. So for that, they kept quiet. Otherwise, we should be building on option A4. We should be building on it in such a way that IT guys will come in, cybersecurity will come in, that when a polling station is voted and they've counted it, it will be released immediately from the polling station to the to the collection center, but again the same thing straight to the IRF, to the national level, so that you realize that the national level cannot be tampered with. What goes to the collection center is collating. As it's collating, it's reflecting. As it's collating, it's reflecting. When you know that the whole world is looking at you, you be careful. You be very careful. But when you know that you can come up with a game plan, and this is where I want to appeal, a game plan that you can, because when I was one of those who was most motivated, when I heard my boss say, as the election is being counted, as your agent signed the results, you will see it in your IRF, and it will be online real time. I was most excited.
Yes.
I was most excited. But I never thought that the theory of glitch will come in. So the question is that, what are they thinking of next? What are they thinking of next? That is what you should be thinking of now. What you think they're not thinking? They are thinking. So you need to think, what would they do next? In which area would they come up next? Can they tamper with the process? Even after voting, as it's going to collection center, can they put their henchman in the collection center to tamper with the figures? That even if we have submitted it, we will tamper with some areas where we know it's not very popular and work on it, so that at the end, can they do that? If they can do that, can you have a counter measure to frustrate that move? That is the question we should be asking ourselves now. Not that you are going to go to position, you are going to stop on them, if you go, we will kill you. No, they won't go, they're not coming to fight you physically. They won't do that. They won't come and fight you physically. No. They look at your reaction, they have seen your blow you have bought, they want to come and take that blow from you. They will avoid you. They will allow you vote, they will allow you count, then they will transmit. Then their game will start. So the question is, brothers and sisters, how can you ensure the transmission does not have any glitch, so that we have a free and fair electoral process? Because that is what I'm interested in. Once the election becomes free and fair, brilliant men and women will begin to come out to contest. Great minds will begin to come out and contest. This country is so blessed. They will come out and they will contest, because they know that if I fail, I know I fail. You know why? I know that you are going to vote for me based on what I tell you. So I will work hard on my manifesto. I will work hard on my pedigree. I will work hard on how I will communicate with you. I will not run away from public interview or public debates. Because nowadays, some people win election without coming to public debate. You know why? Because he knows that your opinion does not count. But nobody does that. Say you are doing entrance exam to university, you are doing JAM. You say, you know that if you don't do JAM, there's no way, no matter how brilliant you are, you can't enter the university, isn't it? But you know that with your power, JAM or no JAM, you will enter the university. So on the day of JAM, you will not go and write. But today we now know that if you don't write that JAM, no matter who your father is, you will not enter the university. So you have to go and write the JAM. That's what I'm driving at. We should have a system where if I do not campaign well and convince my people, or if I'm in power, if I do not perform well, then I do not participate in public debate where opinions are shaped. These guys will not vote for me. I have no other means. I will go for the debate. Remember 2023, how many presidential candidates went for debate? Think back.
Only one. I think only one came for the debate.
Oh.
Not one. I think one of the major ones came for the debate. The other one was,
yes. But in US, as powerful as Donald Trump was, he went, apart from the general debate, he went for college debate. Because he knows that if you don't impress the people, you can't tamper with the electoral process. So why will you want my vote? I don't want to come and talk to me about your program. It's because you know that you can do without my vote and still get there. I'm saying, can we stop that process? Can we make it clean and neat? Right? So that everybody who is going to contest subsequently will know that, oh boy, listen, this is not Nigeria of those days. This one, if you are not having enough good manifesto, or you do not have performance in your previous elections and previous tenure, you can't come back because the people know that you have failed. And that is why when I was telling the idea of the concept of low-hanging fruit are what politicians will do when they know that there's no way to rig. They'll be forced to think, what can I do to impress my people? What can I do to let them know that I'm actually there for them? But if I know I can rig, but my brother, I don't care what you think about me. Yes, I'm your rep, but I don't care because I know I can. I know my way. I know my pathway to the house. But if I know I have no other pathway, my brother, when the government gives me $500 million for my constituency, I will look for what is the most impactful project I will do that the average man in this community will appreciate me. That's because their vote will count, right? But if I know their vote doesn't count, and the government give me $500 million, I will take 300 million and put in my pocket and move it to JP Morgan. Use that million, go and buy a flat somewhere in Florida. And the other 100 million, we are just come and then I'll buy what they call it, grinding machine. I buy, say, I'm empowering my people, and then I buy bread or wheelbarrow and give to you. Because I know that you will not decide my fate. That's what I'm saying. But if you know I will decide your fate, my brother, you will sit up. You will sit up. And the benefit of that is that very many brilliant minds will begin to come out and contest. There are beautiful, wonderful Nigerians. Trust me, guys. Men and women, you cannot estimate it. Who are there? They are not politicians. They are just doing they are guys that could turn this country around. From the IT level to the educational sector to the agri sector to name it. They are there. But they are not going to come out and contest until you let them know that the electoral process is free and fair. Then they will come. They are there. But you might say, well, they're not patriotic. Forget it. Our patriotism is of different level. There are people who are my same mind and my same concept that will say, oh boy, I'm not going to talk to anybody. That's not their wahala. Me, I don't escape. Me, I stay quietly in Canada with my wife and children. At the wahala. There are people like that. Yes, not blame them. We all do not have the capacity to carry wahala on our head. But some of us also have that innate ability to say, no, come, man. Your conscience will prick you. They're not asking for money. Share information so that the younger generation, because as you speak, you don't know, you may be speaking to 1 or 2 or 3 future presidents in Nigeria. You may be speaking to 1 or 2 or 3 future governors in Nigeria. They themselves may not even know, but they will hear you. They will get some lessons from you. They will get some flowers for you. By the time they become president or they become whatever they are, you'll be amazed how your knowledge you give them now will help them shape their policy trust. And that is what is pushing me. So take guys, you see when somebody was telling that in the university they dress our bed. The guy was not joking. He was saying the truth. Let me add one more. They do dress our bed. Now you can imagine somebody from secondary school where you are in a boarding house, they force you to dress your bed. If you don't dress your bed, your schoolhouse will deal with you. Now you enter the university. You will say, oh, welcome. You will dress up. Your clothes will be on your bed. Your mattress, everything, your books are there. You run to go and give lecture. Before you come back, they have swept your room, change your bed sheet, change your pillowcase. Yes, sweep everywhere. If possible, spray this thing to make it nice, and then you come back in 6 hours time, around 2 or 3 p.m. from lectures, and see the bed. Won't you lie on the bed and sleep off?
It's in Canada.
No, in Nigeria. You are in Nigeria. My generation, not in Canada, not in Canada, please. I'm talking of University of Ibadan and Apple University of Ife. And anybody who is of that generation, if you attended university between 1970 and 1985, you can confirm or debunk what I was telling you. Many of us were surprised. So wow, what about the issue of employment? At least I saw that. Where I attended Unilever interview in my final year. Unilever, they came to the campus to interview potential employees. KPMG came. Deloitte, Adeton and Co came. Pricewaterhouse came. And few other companies came to the interview to interview final year students. Catch them young at that level. But do they do that again now? No. They will interview you there. They will give you full respect. And if you pass their interview, they will take clearly. By the time you are finishing your you are finishing your degree, you want to go for NYSC, you have got the employment letter. So you now make a choice. Oh, this is where they posted me, but I've got a job in Unilever. So, okay, NYSC, okay. Unilever has given you a job, okay. They post to Unilever immediately. You already have a job, and you move on. I'm giving you real names, people who came to interview us, and I was told that during my time, we were enjoying 20% of what people before me, 5, 7 years, 10 years before me enjoyed. That is the game. But I'm saying that Nigerians, we should build on the good things we inherited and not destroy what we inherited. One of them is the electoral process. We inherited Professor Humphrey Nwosu option A4. Let's build on it so that we can elect government. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu policy is good enough and you elect him, everybody will keep quiet and tell him, congratulations, sir. And listen to what he wants to do. Not this idea of saying, he didn't win the election. That's a wrong election. He rigged the election. You see, they created room for the doubt. So let it be foolproof. And that is and I'm telling INEC, shouldn't you do that? You should do that. You should, although Professor Amopiton was saying that yes, it will be free, but he has not given me any reason to believe he will do better than Mahmoud Waziri. He has not. Especially with these 3 points I gave you. Any ballot paper, one the electoral officer says it's okay, accept it. Excuse me, that's not acceptable. If you have a forged credential, that is not enough to disqualify you. Excuse me. If we don't set standard, we can attain excellence. But if you don't set standard, it is just normal human life. If you don't set standard, you can attain excellence. If you set mediocrity will be coming out from your factory. If you set high standard, you'll be getting excellence coming out from your factory. And that is my lamentation. So we shouldn't lower the standard, please. We should, so that anybody who wants to come and contest, you first of all adjudge yourself. I want to be a senator representing Surulere. Question: do I think I'm qualified? Do I think I am of quality? Do I think can I stand a debate? Are my credentials okay? Do I have the tenacity and the mind to look at the economic issues in my community and deal with it? Can I tackle my opponent on this thing? If your answer is no, you will quietly say, I'm not interested in politics, Joe, leave me alone. That is just it. Look at public school those days. Let me give you some name that will shock you. Those of you who are in Lagos, I mentioned St. Finbar's yesterday. That's a public school. Methodist Boys Grammar School. That's a public school. CMS Grammar School. That's a public school. Baptist Academy. That's a public school. Now listen very well. Professor Simbajo is a product of Baptist Academy, a public school. Badabia Miller, the chief of staff to the president, is a product of Baptist Academy, a public school. Question: ask them now, which school are their children or grandchildren attending? Ask them now, which school? I'll be most excited that Badabia Miller children are attending Baptist Academy. I'll be the happiest person. I don't know yet, but if it's true that she attended Baptist Academy, I'll be the happiest person. So good. You believe in this. But those schools have been so degraded. Poor salary for teachers, poor infrastructure. So everybody is going to British school lucky. I've forgotten all those names again. Those schools where they pay 10 million a term. 15 million. My God. Nigerians, I hate you guys. 15 million a term for somebody in secondary school. 20 million a term for somebody in secondary school. That's what people are paying. And only a few people can afford that. But the generalized of the schools, you can't know the difference. At the time Baptist Academy was running, St. Finbar's College was on. These schools are still on. No? We don't know private college. They are private college, but we dwarf them completely. You can't even see them. In where you are coming out, for instance, you are having a national debate. They can't beat public school guys. Or a competition in mathematics or physics. You can't beat public school guys. Where are you coming from? You can't. This is not even saying because of money, your father paid heavy school fees, therefore you are more intelligent. No, because the public school was well catered for. And the best of the best brain went there to teach. And that is where we are saying we can still get there. We can still get there it is not late. Guys, it is never late. We can still make it. That's why I said, look at the names we have today, the brilliant minds. You think Wole Soyinka attended a private school? Or you think MQ and Biola attended primary school? Look at it, they all attended Abeokuta Grammar School now. Public school.
So, sir,
these are the things.
Thank you very much, sir.
So that's my message on the electoral process.
All right. I'll open up the floor now for questions because many people are requesting the mic. Don't ask you questions. And I want to, first of all, let me ask you personally, right? From your own personal angle, what do you think went wrong with your generation that they allowed the institutions to collapse to the point where we are today?
Greed. You know, I mentioned yesterday, I said there are two virtues of a good leader: honesty and sincerity. These two is what makes up the power of integrity. Honesty and sincerity. What happened to my generation was leadership failure. They failed to get the virtues of honesty and sincerity. Otherwise, how would you have benefited so much and then you become a minister of education or a president and you will develop a policy that will destroy that same system that built you up from primary to secondary school? Instead of saying, oh boy, if it was like this during my time, I want to make it better. So that's what happened in Canada and other countries. I keep telling you that the public school today you have in Canada is looking so beautiful. I'm sure it wasn't like this 70 years ago. The next generation built on what their fathers did and made it better. So that is what happened to them. It is greed. It is greed, and because they found out that, okay, you know, class distinction is a very terrible disease. Oh, my child is in Corona. My child is in Grand. My child is in Lekki, British Lekki. You are not mentioning because of academic excellence. So, you know, if you mention such a thing to a principal or to a teacher, you will almost have a heart attack. Because you know that you are paying his 10 years salary as tuition fee. So what happened with them was greed. But if it is not greed, why would you become head of state and damage the public school by establishing a rival to the public school, knowing fully well that you are a custodian of the public fund? If you are purely on your own business, I don't mind. Then you have the custody of the public fund in your hand. You damage the public school, embezzle the public fund to build your own private school. That's why I said no, no, no. That is where they got it wrong. And that's what happened to them. Otherwise, I would have thought that. And we need to have a national reorientation. That is what we need, a national reorientation agency that will come in with that campaign. Say, listen, the public school is as good as any private school. Not with mouth. After you have done what I told you yesterday, how to deal with the low-hanging fruit. Deal with the public school. I mean, the public school, private school, and the secondary school. I just told them, go and do the estimate. Calculate the total primary schools in Nigeria today. At worst, you probably get 250,000. And then embark immediately on renovations. Make them of standard. Make them of standards across the country for everybody to enjoy it. Primary school, secondary school, give good salaries and see if things will not turn around. Things will turn around. See if things will not turn around. Things will turn around. But that is the lowest hanging fruit. Once you do that, the Nigerian cycle will change. Nigerians' commitment to the national issue will change. Patriotism will increase. That is what we need to do.
All right.
That is what we need to do. So my generation, I think, agree what caused it.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'm going to open up the floor right now for my people on X. You have said a whole lot according to INEC. What do you think we should do? So I'm going to just open up the floor. I have people are requesting for the mic right now. I'm just going to please, guys. Today's space is virtually a space on questions. We have less speaking today. I don't want to have submissions today, please, guys. So just if it's questions you have for the prof, just ask questions. If it's submissions after his session, we can have our submission set, right? But for now, let's just have questions. So I'm going to start with my brother Tommy. Tommy, good evening. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Professor. Good evening, sir. Sorry, good afternoon from Manitoba.
No problem. Good day.
I've been listening to Professor since that 16 minutes video, And Mr. Dan, please permit me to build my question this way because it's regarding the youth and how politics affects us as Nigerians. So I'm one of those people that Nigeria happened to, and to me, I see it as politics happening to me. Why? Because I became blind when I was in Nigeria as a result of an armed robbery attack. And this happened in the so-called Lagos. Now, it happened on a bridge where there's rapid response squad. And I'm wondering, you said there's rapid response squad on this bridge, and what happened to me happened. That's one. Secondly, that's security now. Secondly, is the health sector. How the health sector affected me when the neglect of the health sector. I was in the hospital after so much. I mean, as serious as pellets damaged my eyes. I was neglected. It was once in a while nurses were coming to treat me. It was my mom that was cleaning my eyes. All the liquid from my eyes was coming out. My eyes got infected. Doctors promised me that they will come and treat me a week. They didn't come after a month. So, Professor, I'm coming this way because we are saying something yesterday that governance affects your life, and the average youth are being distracted. We can say, "Oh, Nigeria happened to me," and people don't connect the dots. Nigeria is happening to everybody in one way or the other. So, Professor, I want you to please, sir. I want you to talk to the youth. I want you to really break it down on how governance can affect the average person. Just like, let me borrow from what the president said. Now, start teaching you your job. They come up with this, start saying, "Oh, he's doing this." How has it affected the average person? So, Professor, please, if you can break it down for you, that we potentially listen to this, how government can affect their lives. Thank you so much, sir. You're the man.
Yeah, my brother, let me apologize for that. Oh God, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. It's so painful, especially when the blindness is preventable. I'm really sorry. You see, this is the multiplier effect of bad governance. Bad governance is like a cancer. It keeps spreading. Just the waiting. Good governance is also it becomes positive. It also keeps spreading. It's two ways. No governance stays static. You see, that is why when they are sick now, what do? They fly abroad. Abi? Why is my senator in Canada falling sick? Or my president in Canada, why is he not flying abroad to get treatment? Why wouldn't my prime minister here fly abroad, fly to France to get treatment? Or why wouldn't Trump fall sick and fly to France or fly to UK to get treatment? You know why? Because they became very conscious of themselves, and they developed their own system for themselves. So in other words, there's a gentleman I respect, Ty Solon. You may not have known him. God bless him. The founder of Mayflower College in Kenya. That is the man that will show you. He is with the students in the school. He's the principal of the school. He takes his dinner with them in the college. So when you got to a president who realized that, listen, I am not, if I fall sick today, let's do it this way. We said we could build classical world-class hospitals of 500 beds, two in each geopolitical zone. This hospital will treat heart, will treat kidney, any type of disease, each of them. We have 12 of them across the country, and we can do more. And then when you finish doing it, you commission it. And then you give a promise to the nation, saying, "This is I am president. I did it to tell you that I meant well. If I am sick, treat me in one of these hospitals. I am not going to anywhere in France or anything." You are beating your hand and saying that because you know what? You have equipped it, you have flown in Nigerian experts, and they've occupied it. And then you say, "If I am sick." Now, the beauty of that is that what happened to my brother now in terms of blindness would not have happened because you would have had efficiency in healthcare delivery, and it goes on. Somebody did it in Oka now, did a heart clinic, heart surgery. Does he have heart disease? No. That is honesty and sincerity. I just pray we can get to that level. Because if you feel that, okay, I'm now a governor, once I have malaria, I will go to London. My wife to London. My children to London. Of course, you will treat with levity every healthcare system you have in the country. But if you said, no, we die here together, I am going to be treated here. I am going nowhere. Just like that. I remember that is the concept of patriotism. That is what our president should exhibit. That's why I lamented it. I said, if our president Tinubu, I would have pleaded with you. So, I beg you, instead of that 150 billion for private jet, okay, I beg you, let's use it to develop this 12 world-class hospitals. And then tell Nigerians, you saw the way I was falling during campaign, and I was sick, I was going to France. After building this hospital, if I fall sick again, I'm not going anywhere. If I die, I die in this country. Man, Nigerians will say, God, this is a president. This is how you endear yourself to the heart of the people. And that's how they all do it yourself, you can do it. And that was the motivating factor of MK Abiola. When he found out that the 6th surgeon of his operation in UK was a Nigerian, and I said, oh my God, if I become president, I'm going to, but unfortunately, he never became. So that is exactly what we should be doing, right? That excellence will dovetail and affect from the general hospital to the teaching hospital to the primary healthcare center to every person.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry again, but I'm very, very sorry. It's so painful.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to confirm what Professor said, I want to say that when I went to another hospital, that's Eye Foundation at that's Ikeja, they said that, just to reflect on what Professor said, they said if I had come earlier, they would have fixed my right eye. So which means the delay that caused
it's inefficiency now.
The delay that caused the infection.
Yes, it's true. You are right. Okay, let me blow your mind. 1995 or 96, I was a manager in Zenith Bank. I had appendix. You know appendix?
Yeah.
Yes. I spent 8 weeks in the hospital in Ikeja. 8 weeks. My brother, I have seen people treat appendix in Canada here. They go in the morning, and later in that morning, they are back home. The only time they don't drive. They will open it and they will bring it out and stitch it back. These 3-4 hours, they are back to the house. There are people, and I spent 8 weeks. Is that what Nigeria happening to me? So, but we can solve this problem. But it's not to start from it. That's why I said that leadership is key. The problem is not you and me. The problem is the leaders. Next question, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Before I bring up the next question, please, guys. I know you guys are probably enjoying this masterclass as I am right now. Please, I want to indulge you guys to please on TikTok. We have a mandate of nothing less than 100,000 likes every time we come out here. Yesterday we did over 300,000 likes. Please, we have to break our records. I forgot to emphasize on it before jumping up. Please, I want you guys to please power tap the live. That's how we get up into the conversation. While you're power tapping, you can also share the live. Wherever you're listening to us from, wherever platform, I see you guys on Facebook. Thank you so much. Facebookers, if you have a question, you can put it in the comment section. I will read your questions out for Prof. YouTube also, you can put your questions in the comment section. I will put it out for Prof. We cannot collect calls from YouTube and Facebook today, but you can only get questions directly from X and TikTok. So please, all these platforms that you're currently listening to us from, please, guys, I want you guys to please help us amplify this voice. If you're enjoying the conversation and you're still here up until now, it means you are benefiting from something. And it is important to understand that this conversation should not rest with you alone. So what you can do to help further off the conversation is to please share the live. If you're on X, my people on X, everybody should please be retweeting the live. Let's get up into the conversation. If you're on Facebook, please share the live to your stories, to your groups, to wherever. Just get up into the conversation. It's question and answer. If you have any deep questions, you have heard Prof speak for the past 3 days. You don't agree with some things he have said. You have some things that you think he's not right. You have a better, just come and ask the questions tonight. So please, guys, let's and if you're on X and you want to ask questions, please, your hands should be up. I will bring up people right now. If you're up on the speaker section and your hands are not up, that means you don't have questions. I'll just circle back to people on TikTok, because on TikTok I have hundreds of requests. It is insane. People really want to talk to you, sir. So I'm going to just probably circle back to people on TikTok. But please, guys, let's share the live. Let's repost the live. Let's go put it.
Somebody sent me a question on Tinubu education something. I thought I spoke on it yesterday, but I'll go through it briefly. But let the next question come up.
Please do not mute your mic when you come up here, please, without them asking you to please your mic, please.
Go ahead, Victor Akano also.
Sir, what question did this someone ask? You want to answer the question?
No, okay. Do I go? I thought I want to do it after the first question, after the next question.
Oh, if you have listened, okay, let me take a lady right now. Let me bring my sister. God's will for Nigeria. Can you hear me? Good evening.
I can hear you very well, Emir Saddam. Good evening, good evening to you. Good evening, everyone. Prof, good evening, sir. And I believe you're doing well.
Yes, I'm
Prof, I want to ask this question because I was privileged to listen to your live with Emir Saddam, especially after hearing how you said you people were given a very big tin of milk. And then while you were in school, and then today you told us how your beds are being prepared. And of course, it's a common knowledge that these people preparing your beds and making your rooms look beautiful as for you guys as students to just come in and relax are being paid by the federal government of Nigeria. And he also made us to understand that our hospitals at the time were so equipped to the extent that a Saudi Arabia king was coming to Nigeria for treatment. Today, as we all know, reverse is the case. Despite having the same oil that have built Dubai and made Dubai what it is today, we are borrowed. We borrowed so much. Our debt is in trillions of naira, yet we are the poverty capital of the world. So my question is, sir, please, what was the source of Nigerians' income at that time that they were able to do all these things for you people? Or was it another nation that was footing these bills, equipped our hospitals to the extent a foreign king was coming conveniently to receive treatment?
Yes, my sister, that will really shock you.
Thank you.
It's amazing that as our income, as our revenue is increasing, our service is deteriorating. That time, if you look at the amount of work, let's take off from my I don't want to call him a mentor now. I want to call it my career deity, which is Chief Abafemi Awolowo. What did he use? It's cocoa money, not crude oil money. It's cocoa in the western state. Okpara, what did he use? Palm kernel and coal from the eastern region. What did the guys use in the north? Cotton, agriculture, granite pyramid. That's what they used. At the time we came in, okay, at the time I was in school, maybe we still have a bit of those agricultural products plus some earning from oil. But that is not the issue. Is financial discipline and the love for the people. Because if you do not have financial discipline, you can see somebody in the same office, somebody earns 2 million naira every month as salary. Another person earns 300,000 every month as salary. The one with 2 million will come and be begging the one with 300,000 to borrow him money for the next pay because he's broke. You know it happens. The man that earns 2 million a month is trying to ask the man with 300,000 a month to borrow him 20k because he's broke. Financial management, discipline. But discipline is tied to what is your level of love for your citizens. What's your level of love do you have for your citizens? Do you really come to power to serve them? If you really come to power to serve them, I can assure you, our Father in heaven will give you revelatory knowledge on what to do to touch the life of the average person. And I keep telling people this thing. All those things Awolowo did during his time was divine revelatory knowledge from God. This is what to do to touch the average man. This is what to do to touch the average man. You need television at this time to pass information. You need education with scholarship to your children. That is exactly what you do. But you have to have the love of the people. That time, our money wasn't that fantastic, but the management of the money was fantastic. It was pragmatic, it was prudent, and it was the love of the people. That's how we get those things done. Because you know that what they did in 86, where the disaster started, IMF told them, and it's so unfortunate. Dude, you cannot be feeding your undergraduates. You cannot be subsidizing education, feeding undergraduates. If you feed them, they will come out and become lousy. That was what we were told when they stopped giving us feeding in our final year. I said, God, they've stopped. That was it was in my last semester. I learned to eat mama and gari as meal but that was the last period I was leaving. Now, 1 second, please. Okay, my grandson just came in. 1 second, please.
That's fine, sir. That's fine. Please, guys, while Prof attend to his grandson, please, all I'll be doing is telling you guys, please repost the live, share the live. Let's get up in the conversation. Our next set of questions will come from TikTok. I'll come back to X again. I'll circle back to X. We'll just be taking the questions from across these whole platforms. But guys, honestly speaking, these past couple of days, I have been blown away by what and how Nigeria used to be. That Nigeria some people really enjoy this Nigeria. Do you understand what it means that if you're a university student, you will leave and you wake up in the morning, you go wear your clothes, you go for you will shower, go for lectures. You will come back and find your room swept, your bed dressed. There's free food please. I'm saying this one more time because let me say this again. If you are part of the people that benefited you enjoy this kind of Nigeria, and you're silent now, God will judge you.
So let me round up.
Please.
So what we are trying to do is to share. It's not the quantity of money you have that gives you the best of facility. It's the desire to be prudent in the management of the resources you have. Then, compared to now, we had more resources now. What is left now is not the lack of resources, please. Because you see, let me try and drive home the point. If you are stealing from somebody, you can always see to the level of the amount of money the person has. True or false?
True.
That's the level you can say, yes. You can't say more than what he has. So the stealing that is going on in Nigeria is because of the amount of money we have. And we needed to adjust all those things. So guys, that's it.
All right.
I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Let's take a question from TikTok. Ejai, please, just straight questions. If you can build up your question, but please let us not take much time because we have a lot of people that want to ask questions, please. And if you ask your questions, I'll have to drop you from the box so I can bring more people. Let's have as many questions as possible. And meanwhile, please, guys, let's keep our tapping the live. Please, very important, so we can get more people into the conversation. Thank you so much. Ejai, you have the live, please.
Good evening, Mr. Dan. I hope I'm audible. Good evening, Professor.
Sorry, please. And also, if you want to speak or you want to ask a question, please, it is important you don't use your earpiece. Speak directly to your phone because we are actually streaming across different platforms and the audibility is very important for us. So please, just take off your earpiece and speak to your phone. We can hear you perfectly.
Good evening, Mr. Dan. Good evening, Professor. I hope Professor can hear me clearly. I'm going to base my question based off what Professor have told us about the times they had in Nigeria. So by so doing, I believe many of those generation, Professor, I believe many of your generation after schooling in Nigeria were opportune to move to the West and you experience the system in the West. I want to know why were there no pushback when the IMF were bringing implementations that does not favor the citizens? Because the reason I'm asking this question, because when you go to the West, you see they are based on benefit system, which help to reduce crime, which help to provide for the less privileged. Because what you just explained to us clearly was a system that Nigeria had that helped to tackle crime, that engage citizens, that support them to make them not to be idle. Because if the system we have now has produced criminality all over the place, I want to know why many of you that went to the West and saw that what they are advising us against is what they were doing. They were helping their people that doesn't have job, but in our own system, they were implementing systems to disorganize the same system to help the less privileged.
Okay.
We don't know afterthought from some of you to know that.
Let me just chip in something. I know what you are saying. It's not as if there was no pushback. There was pushback. When the structural adjustment program came up, there was pushback. There was pushback. But the government, when government want to get things done and they believe in what they want to do, how long will you push? They will counter push you, and then they got their way through. There was pushback. There was pushback. Because even then, for some of us then, we were neither here nor there. Oh, don't feed your undergraduates, don't overfeed them. When you overfeed them, they will graduate and become lazy. You have to be able to fend for themselves, only to realize that by the time you go overseas, you realize that almost all of them are on one scholarship or the other. Almost of them have one assistant for the other. That is it. But whom do you blame? The leaders. The leaders, that's just it. And who are going to be leaders? You and me. People listening to me, and people I'm going to now. And that's why we are passing this message, so that you can grow up and say, look, it pays to serve your country with patriotism and determination and for the love of the people. It pays. Yes, somebody said, you Nigeria is possible. Yes, you are true. It's really possible.
So, Prof, I don't know if you want to answer the question that someone asked you.
Yes, somebody asked about education. And I said, listen, let me tell you something about our president's education. Please, guys, don't make any mistake. If you are listening to Tinubu talk, you know that you agree with me that he is educated. Give him his flowers. You will know when an illiterate is talking, you will know. When somebody who is half-baked is talking, you will know. So, President Tinubu is educated. Now, the only problem we have now is this. Which school did he attend? Which primary school did he attend? Which secondary school did he attend? That is our problem. So, nobody is doubting whether he's educated or not. We all agree that the guy is educated.
And he's exposed.
And he is sound. And he's exposed.
And he knows what he's doing.
So, but one thing you must know to enable me solve that question you are asking in your mind, but I want to know the school you attended. Listen, before internet and before this internet and email, people attend what they call correspondence colleges in Nigeria. People read for Cambridge exam from home. You may not know, people read from Cambridge exam from home. GC, they buy the form, you apply for the correspondence college, you enroll for a course, they will send you the materials maybe every month. You will read it, you will do the assignment, you will send by post to them. Your lecturer will mark it and send back to you. And when you have finished the whole course content and you're ready for the exam, you go and face the exam and you pass. That is education also, right? People are doing that. People are writing A levels, passing their school start from home, then enter Cambridge examination A levels from home, and they were passing. So what am I driving at? It is likely that was what he did. Why am I saying that? Because my own father did that. My own dad did that.
But Prof,
I grew up to see my dad being so well educated. He could write well, he could analyze well, and I was asking him, okay, Daddy, which school did you attend? He said no. By the time he came to Lagos, he couldn't write, couldn't read. We attended nights, they call it night school. You know those days, night school or evening school. That was high. You know that time the standard was high. If you see a primary standard 6 graduates, then it's as good as SS3 now. So, but that was how. So, like my own father now, for instance, like I mentioned, is primary school and secondary school in Nigeria. But I know he's educated. I know he could write very well. I know he could speak very well. Because he told me clearly he went to night school. So I said, give it to Tinubu. Because
why we give it to Tinubu? It's a thing of pride. It should be a thing of pride, right?
Yes. So I'm saying that give it to, because if you know what you take to study to pass exam, typically in a typical university or college, you come to the university, come to the college, you sit down, and then your professor is teaching. He takes the topic and starts teaching, starts explaining. Say you have questions to ask. The man who is studying at home has no professor in front of him. He takes the book, he studies. Anyway, when he jams roadblock or has a problem, he goes to the library or he asks his colleague. He keeps repeating difficult concept, difficult theory. He studies it to the masters it. That is how they got learning, and that is why most of the great men, that's how they went to school. That's why I said give it to him.
So,
Give
but
the
Prof,
power
but
to
Prof,
him.
the problem here is not give. You can't give what you have not claimed. That's the problem here. It's not if Tinubu had come out to tell Nigerians, I studied from home.
Yes,
We
I
will
know.
respect him.
That was the question I asked myself. I said, but why can't this man say, gentlemen, don't worry, I didn't go to the lawyer primary school. I couldn't have attended Ibadan grammar school. My brother, I had no money. This is the poverty I had, but I studied through home. People would have said, wow.
Exactly.
People would have said, wow.
Why lie that you went to University College of Education in Ibadan and it's a lie? You went
Yes,
to more.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But in fairness to him, this guy must have studied from home. I said, give him his flowers. Except he comes to say, because now, up till now, he couldn't mention it. I said, is it that he's shy to say he went to evening lesson? Is it that he's shy to say it? But certainly, whether we like it or not, we know that he's educated. He's sound. If we couldn't get to the school until we got to Chicago State University, where they say he actually attended, and if you hear him speak, you know that he's sound. So where did he get the knowledge from? In mother's womb? No. The guy went to school. But I suspect, as I said, I'm not saying I know. I suspect that he must have attended the school either through evening lessons or open correspondence college.
Or he's actually using a false identity.
No, even if you use a false identity, listen, if an illiterate man say his name is Saddam and he didn't go to school, let him come and run your.
What I'm saying is that he went to school, but the identity he used in going to school.
Okay, yeah, that's a different ball game. I'm not talking about identity now. I'm talking of him as a person certainly went to school. Or let me put it this way: him as a person certainly got educated.
Educated, exactly.
Maybe that's the word. He as a person, he certainly got educated. And he got educated very well. And I'm very sure if you couldn't see his classmates here, then he probably would have done it home studies, right? Home study or correspondence college. And if he did that, give this flower to him.
Because the only classmate on record, the only classmate that he has brought out is actually an arms dealer.
That one not even a classmate. That one was a member of, he was in Chicago State University, not in the same course with him. But that was in the university, not because the problem was his primary and secondary school.
So we have a ghost in the presidency. But let's come to serious conversation. Let me second the mic to thank you, Ejai, for that question. So let's go to, please, as you come up here, that's how we ask questions. Pathfinder, please, you have in a minute, please, you can ask your question, please. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Prof. And
Good evening.
Everyone listening. Mine is a way of contribution, not actually a question.
Please, contribution is we can't allow contribution to.
Yes, I know. But please, the question will not sound like a question because I practically do not know anyone who does not understand what Prof has been saying or the problem that we are in Nigeria. All right? If you are waiting for Prof to tell you who you are to vote for or what you are to do at this age and time, sorry, there is something fundamentally wrong somewhere. So, like I said, I'm a Nigerian, full-blooded, I do. I left Nigeria 2023, December 25th, on the Christmas day. I am one person who will never want to leave Nigeria. During the election.
Please, my brother, I can't break protocol for you.
No, please, you know, like I told you, Saddam, I have some limited time.
Exactly.
Right? I would like to leave by 5:30, please, if you don't mind. Please, go ahead.
Okay.
Just straight to questions, please. So we don't end up, people are here, I have people in their hundreds that want to ask questions.
Please.
Just ask your question, I beg you, please.
Okay, sorry.
If you don't have a question, you can wait. If Prof goes, I open up the floor, then we talk. Just go to your question, please.
All right. I do not have a question. That's just please.
Bless you.
All right.
I thought it was very simplistic.
Yes.
People didn't have questions actually, except they have. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's just go on to the next person, please. Thank you. Let me come to X. My brother M for Mikey, please. You can help me to ask your question, please.
Saddam. Hello, Saddam.
Yeah, I can hear you, my brother. Go on.
I'll pass for now. Let others speak. I'll pass for now, please.
All right, please, Vest Solo. If you have a question,
Yeah. Thank you very much, host Elias Odan. You are doing a good job. Thank you, Prof. Now, my question is this, Prof. Now, Prof, I watched the interview that you granted earlier on, where you said you really knew the person of Peter Obi and Tinubu during their working days in the banking sectors. And you also made a statement that yes, that some of the things that Tinubu is doing now, it's not that he doesn't know what he's doing, that he's actually aware of his policies, that we should not look as if he doesn't know what he's doing, that he actually knows what he's doing. I want you to please, is it possible that when you place these two individuals, knowing them at that level, as a worker in the banking sector, knowing their work ethics, can you compare them and contrast between them the way they do their job effectively?
Okay. I know. Gentlemen, listen, let me tell you something.
Vest Solo, please. Just a question, please. Just one. Please.
Yes, let me just tell you something.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
See, we all have our gifted virtues. We all have our gifted strategies. Right? You could have a good target, but you approach it wrongly. People will not listen to it. That was why I told you about what he did in terms of subsidy removal and bridging the gap. Those were good policy, but the implementation was what was faulty. Now I said, if he had an intention to quickly please the people, he will not tamper with the people's live wire, which is PMS, fuel, and the currency. And that there are other simple things he could have done, low-hanging fruit, where the people would have seen it. The blind man will see it and say, this guy is trying. And I gave 2 or 3 examples. One would have been, yes, I'm coming, yeah. You could quickly have tidied up, say, yes, I've seen them in the other iPad. You could have just tidied up the issue of primary school and secondary school alone, nationwide, and then those general hospitals. That alone, if he had done that, most likely Obi would have supported him. Obi would have said, my brother, you try. This one, you get me. I love this. But we are different. And he is saying that, I know it is tough, but you have to bear it. There's no alternative. I said, no, God, there's alternative. You did not allow people to come close to you to tell you the alternative. Because you restricted yourself to the Lagos boys alone. We would have told you the alternative. Because the alternative is so simple. The 150 billion you use for your private jet, you should have finished those 12 hospitals. That's 1. 2, the 15 aircraft you have, sell them off. People would have been clapping for you. And then you money from that, you need to renovate the entire primary and secondary school in the country. Today, he will not be campaigning. Those projects would have been campaigning for him. So that's what I said. So, but now this is where the competitive analysis we are talking about. If you look at Obi's statement and Obi's judgment and Obi's pedigree, he has that persuasion of honesty and sincerity with a burning desire to do what we have fed the man on the street. Remember, he said when he was Anambra State governor, he had his fleet, his entourage used to be, when he's going to Abuja, they have 6 cars, they have about 20 entourage. Mopo, personal assistant, second secretary, first secretary, and he said, when they get to hotel, because they are not the people who invited to Abuja, they stay in the hotel and they will eat more because they are doing nothing. They will eat more and it will cost the state more. I said, come on, this meeting I'm going to Abuja now for a whole day. I'm the person coming to not you guys. So he dropped the entire 20 people. Stay behind. He said, what about security? When I get to Abuja, I will tell the Commissioner of Police in Abuja, give me an escort. That is prudential management. That is pragmatic leadership. That is what by leadership of the people. Nobody told him that, or maybe somebody told him that he bought the idea. And look at how he decreased his entourage from 12 to 15 cars to 1, the one carrying him. But look at our entourage today. Somebody told me that Tinubu's entourage is about 65 cars.
What's 65? 100? His wife entourage is like 90 something cars.
No, I did not believe him until that either Tinubu or his wife went to a trip to Port Harcourt, and I took time to count the card. By the time I counted to 60, I had to stop. I said, then, but why are you doing that? Because you are not paying for the fuel. Because you don't care about the impact on the people. If I ask an will give you, security men have to follow me, fire brigade guys to follow me, health guys have to follow me. But okay, madam, when you are not first lady, were you not coming to Port Harcourt? How many dog this thing follows you? That's the difference between pragmatic leader and a non-pragmatic leader. The issue is about the people. That is just it. It's not about the people. What do I need to do to satisfy the people? And I said, what you need to do is so small. If any of you become a governor tomorrow, my brothers, let me give you a secret. If you become a governor tomorrow, don't come with your brain alone. Tap people around you, ask them, what should I do to satisfy the people? Let them come with projects. You'll be amazed. And you will see that when you follow those things, you will see how popular you will be. Don't say, no, I'm the governor. What I decided is fine and nobody can tell me any nonsense. No. What do I do to satisfy? Because to satisfy the people is very small. Very, very small. And when the people are satisfied, man, heaven is your home. And that is all it does. And that is why I see the difference between him and Obi. On his own, look at what he did in Oka. He built healthcare center. Then he built an impressive heart surgery center. Is it because he had a heart disease? No. He saw many of his people have heart problem. They fly abroad for treatment. Then he tackled school of nursing. My research I'm doing now is that why is he so interested in school of nursing? That's my own personal research, so don't worry about that. Why is he so much keen about the school of nursing? Because if you see, he went to school of nursing in Agbo, he touched them. He went to school of nursing in Benin, Ekedolo, he touched them. School of nursing in Sokoto, but I can tell you clearly, he knows that. Well, I know we had a debate in UI those days. Who owned the patient, the medical doctor or the nurse? In that debate, the nurses won the election, won the debate. That the nurse actually owned the patient. Maybe that's what is guiding him. So it's a case of individual. And I'm saying that if you don't know, if you have a fantastic manifesto, good. But when you get to power, call your people and say, come now I am in power now. I don't want to labor so much on White Elephant Project when my people are dying. You know the examples I give to somebody today, when the person picked on me on the subsidy removal. I say, you know what, it's like you have your child, your 2-year-old child with you, and a scorpion perched on that 2-year-old child. Scorpion. Right in your hand is a sledgehammer. You know a sledgehammer? You are using breaking concrete. Right? Yes, a scorpion perching on your child. Will you take that sledgehammer and hit the scorpion on your child? You will not do it. Why won't you do it? The sledgehammer will actually kill the scorpion, but the sledgehammer would have actually render your child crippled or kill your child. So what do? You will drop the sledgehammer. You will look for a glove to find a way to do what? To hold the scorpion. Or spray something and move the scorpion away and go and treat your child. That is how the issue of subsidy should have been. Yes, I've seen the fraudulent guys stealing our money through subsidy. I am going to carefully deal with them without putting the average Nigerian in jeopardy. That is the analogy I can give for people to understand why I said, yes, what he's doing is right, but he was too much in a hurry. So he ended up throwing the baby and the bath water away. And now everybody is accusing him, you are a bad governor. Look at people are dying. This. People are now in poverty. We have increased poverty level. Yes, poverty level will increase. But if you care about that poverty level increase, you will not do that. You will say, okay, we won't do that. So I don't want to. I inherited 87 million Nigerians in poverty. If I do it, it will increase. Now it is 140 million. I want to bring it down from 87 to 30 million. So what should I do? Remove this first subsidy, the fraudulent part first, remove it. You would have said 35% of the money. 2, go after those people who were involved in it. Let them refund it for the past 4 or 5 years. You have saved another 35 million of the money. Then every money you are borrowing, let it be tied to a project. Gentlemen, you all complain of his borrowing. If they told you that, okay, he borrowed 48 billion, and 8 billion is for 12,000 megawatt of solar energy in the country, which will be finished by December this year. 8 billion, that 48 billion. Another 15 billion is what is using to renovate all the private school and all the public school, the primary and secondary school in the country, and you are all saying it. Then another 6 billion is what is using to build standardized hospital all over the country. Will you be complaining about the borrowed money?
No.
Man, let's be honest, you will not. It's because now maybe he has a good intent, but we're not seeing it, and people are saying, oh, come on, man. And then you look at the trajectory of the budget analysis. For 3 years, he has had 55 trillion for infrastructure and had only 3 trillion
Two.
spent.
2 trillion.
Yes. Why? The next question would have been, okay, let's go to the budget office. How much was released in the name of infrastructure? It cannot be 2 trillion. It cannot be 2 trillion. That's just it, man. Okay, guys.
Thank you, sir. Let me rush to the next question. Elite Nurse, please unmute your mic and ask your question, please. Elite Nurse on Twitter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. Let me answer that. Professor, just a quick question. I wanted to ask, do you see any peaceful way out of this current situation Nigerian youth are in?
We are struggling. Elite, can you please, there's a serious distraction in your background, please. Can you walk that out and come back, please?
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me go to my lab. I'll be back in 1 second, please.
All right, please, Professor, do that and come back, please. Elliot, please work on your this thing and please come back, please. I will drop you then. Request the mic when you're done with that, please. Meanwhile, guys, please, if you have a question for Prof on any of the platforms. For now, we are taking questions directly from callers from X and TikTok. But if you are on YouTube and you have a question for him, please drop your question in the comment section. I will read it out for him. Facebook also, drop your question in the comment section. I'll read it out for him. And on TikTok, guys, please, the request line is crazy. You guys are in your numbers, so I'm going to bring up as many people as possible until how long we can have Prof here. But meanwhile, please, I want you guys to help us. Please, let's repost the live. Let's share the live and power tap, most importantly. Why I'm asking for power tapping is because we have a whole lot of people here on TikTok. Over 700 of people here right now, and the numbers for the likes are astronomically low. The more people interact with the live, the more TikTok pushes us up the FYP. So please, guys, everyone here listening to my voice, please power tap the live so that we can go up the FYP. Thank you so much. Prof will be back to answer questions. I've been getting a whole lot from this conversation so far. I'm just so happy to know that actually that the dream that I'm asking, what I want for Nigeria, the Nigeria that I want today actually happened in the lifetime of some people currently in the country. And what I was saying before Prof came back the last time was, please, if you experienced a working Nigeria, you saw Nigeria work, that you went to university, they were giving you free food. You could fly from Nigeria to London without visa. You could fly from Nigeria to New York without visa. And you are alive today. You witness all these things. Please, this period, you should not be silent. This is the time, because so many young Nigerians of today are so myopic, they are so blinded by tribalism and bigotry that they don't even know that Nigeria that what I'm saying now actually happened. And you guys experienced it. And many of you experienced it and you left the country and you're saying nothing. You went and gave birth to your children abroad. Your children are now foreign citizens, enjoying good life. People are not even talking about what can help the country today. So please, your generation needs to be very audible, as Prof is doing right now. So I'm going to call on you people, please. I want to hear more of the people. When Prof eventually is done with his question and answer, I want to hear more people that experience that kind of Nigeria come up and speak. Because many of you are even in diaspora and you're fanning the embers of tribalism back home. You enjoy the work in Nigeria and you sit down in diaspora and you're pushing tribalism, pushing bigotry, making sure your children are growing up in a sensible environment. But the place you came out from, where you enjoyed the benefits of Nigeria, you don't want us to see it. So please, I'm calling on the generation of the 70s, 80s that saw a working Nigeria. Please be audible in this season. We have to fix our country. Prof, welcome back. Let me circle to Mr. Law Priska, please. You have the live. Ask Prof a question in a minute, please.
Just go ahead.
Law Priska. And please, if you request the mic and I bring you up on the box, please, we have a whole lot of requests. Please, you should be here. K, please, because if I call you 1 or 2 times and you don't answer, I'll have to drop you for other people, please. K, can you ask your question in a minute, please?
Good evening.
Please, you're not audible, please. If you...
Good evening, Prof.
Good evening,
please,
how are you?
Sorry, Prof. We have other people listening. Please, if you want to ask your question, please talk directly to your phone. Don't use your earpiece, because if you're using your earpiece, we cannot hear you. Other people cannot hear you. So please remove your earpiece and speak directly to your phone, please.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Prof. Good evening,
We can't hear you, please. We can't hear you.
Hello, Prof. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, go on.
Yeah. On a very quick one, Prof. At least I was a witness to what happened between the 80s, like you were saying, making of your bed when you were in the higher institution. At least I have 2 of my uncles who were graduates of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, precisely. I witnessed that because even as a kid then, they used to take me along to their...
Please, Priska, your volume is very low.
Yeah, I'll try as much as... Can you hear me audibly?
Okay, quickly give your question quickly, please.
Yeah. If actually you were saying something about Peter Obi and Tinubu, and Prof, as you're speaking, everybody can see the difference between you and the likes of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please, Prof, is it not obvious that he has failed? Is it not obvious that he has failed as a president? And being the fact that he said he is educated. Thank you.
Okay, like somebody, Isaac Odeyemi, asked me, say, if I think it's easy, why didn't I go and contest? I sympathize with people like that. Now listen, we were talking about how to get this country forward so that we can quickly look at where our problem came from so that we can prevent repeating that same mistake. This is not religion, this is not tribalism. This is pure discourse on the Nigerian survivor. Now, I took my time to look at Tinubu's policy and I dissected it from the issue of health issue, from the issue of economy, the issue of foreign exchange management, the subsidy issue, his approach to governance. And then I now draw the conclusion that, oh, because of where he is coming from, he's not getting this thing right. That is why you and me is feeling negative about it. I said because there are 2 things he made major error: subsidy removal and allowing your currency to be thrown to the dogs. Every country in the world defends its currencies. It's not by error, it's not by design. I'll give you a good example. If you go and buy maybe an item like this, maybe 5 years ago, maybe you bought it for, say, $12. 5 years now, you come back and buy it now. You probably go too much, it becomes $12 or $12.50 or $13. It's not by accident. Somebody is there deliberately doing what? Controlling through economic policies and things like that. As much as giving subsidy to even the manufacturer.
Yes.
Hey, guys, don't increase your price. I beg you. Why don't you increase your price? Say, hey, the charge of my electricity is so high, I can't cope with it. Okay, no, we'll give you a rebate of 50%. We'll give you a rebate here. With these 2 rebates, can you keep your price stable? You say, okay. You will not know, I will not know. But the next day you will find that the price remains stable. No increase. That is what every economy does. But he didn't do that. And now we are bearing the pain. And many of you say he has failed. He has failed. Fine, it's your judgment. It's democracy, freedom of speech. And I hear you clean and clear. And I took my time to tell him This is where I think, sir, you made fatal errors. Some say maybe he was excited being a president. That's why he announced subsidy is gone. No, not excitement. What happened is that he was dealing a ruthless blow to the subsidy scammers. But while doing a ruthless blow, he ended up giving a deeper blow to his people. It's like the man who saw a scorpion perching on his child's body, and he has a sledgehammer, and you carelessly want to kill the scorpion. You don't care where the scorpion is, and you will hit the scorpion. You will kill the scorpion, no, but you would have ended up killing that child. That's exactly what happened. But a smarter person would have said, no, I will kill the scorpion, but my child must live. Look for other means to pull the scorpion away. Get your child treated, and then you cannot throw the scorpion in a hot fire. That is the difference between what he's doing. Right? So, because in an election like this, in a democracy like this, people are allowed to make their choice. I have given you so much facts to guide your judgment. And I've also told you the reason why many professors also fall for the bribery at the election center. I also told you many reasons how he could make a difference. And I was happy that 2 or 3 of his professors called and said, you can make a difference. If only you could have made a difference, because this is what you need. It's not about, I'm in power now. Look at, for instance, let me give you another example again. Why should his son be moving around with a 40 people security guards? He doesn't need all those things now. Why should the wife be moving around with 65, 60, 70 motorcade? These are the things that show you that you are far from the people. And that's why people are saying that you have failed, you have failed, you have failed, you have failed. Now, this is the struggle we are having now. This is the struggle we are having. Nobody is doubting that he had performed below expectation, no question about that. For me, I was confident that any of them will win, provided it will be or Tinubu. My fear was Atiku. You know why? Because I feel if Atiku win, he will not do better than Buhari, for obvious reason. So, but I was confident that if Tinubu wins, or any one of them will do better than Buhari. Now, in fairness to Tinubu now, his performance is better than Buhari's own. But it's just that he made a fatal error that is making his effort look useless. Because there's no way you will tell any person, if I buy rice at 35,000 naira per 50 kilogram, now I'm buying 100 naira. That is how the common man will measure you. That's how they will measure you. They are not going to measure you that, okay, now there is no much fuel queue on the ground, and there's no much of our reserve has gone from 13 billion to 50 billion. The common man does not have this sophisticated economic to appreciate that. What the common man knows is that the money I'm taking home, 70,000 naira a month, can actually take me home, because fuel is still okay, because food is still reasonable, okay, because my kids can attend the public school, which is decent now and nice now, and they are well treated. I don't have to go and borrow money to put my child in a private school. These are the things the common man will use to assess you. That is why when you are in power, including the man who has a question now, don't run away from the common man. Ask them, what will I do to touch the life of the average person? They will give you lists, but the lists are so small in terms of value of naira to spend. That is why people call him failure, because he had actually hit people below belt, and people are feeling the pain. 4 million at Jakpa between 2024 and date in Nigeria. 4 million, not 4 million Amajiris. Remember, if there are 4 million Amajiris, I would have been very happy. There are 4 million highly skilled Nigerians, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, graduates, engineers, architects, lawyers. They were not trained by US or Canada or UK, but they are here now. To do what? To put that same service to a country that never trained them. We that trained them, we are now being deprived of it. That is the price you pay when you take such make such policies without considering the average man. So next question, please.
Let's go to the next question. Thank you. Hey, 4 million Nigerians have jumped out in the space of, this is Exodus.
Yes. Do you know that there are countries today, right, who has 4 million in population?
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
So a full country has left the country.
Hey! Tinubu is a calamity. Tinubu is a let me bring someone from TikTok, from X, sorry. Yeah. Tate Crypto, please unmute and ask your question in a minute, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Saddam. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, audible. Go on, please.
Okay. I want to make my question very simple. Because we are already in the mess. So I think the major question today should be, how do we go out of this mess? Especially when we know that we are still going to have a massive voter suppression. And so much people will be disenfranchised on the election day, despite the mass mobilization and every other thing that the current government is gonna give a massive rigging and all this. So my question is to Prof, like someone who have lived in a Western country where you've seen the modus operandi of the electoral processes over there, how do you think, or what do you think we have to do to avert this situation of INEC rigging and this vote suppression? And how do you think that we will bring Nigeria politics to this global spotlight, that at least we make this our band leaders to feel pressure from the external media or the international personnel, maybe to threaten them with sanctions if they don't conduct free and fair election? Like, what do you think that we do to avert this situation? Because the best has already been done.
Oh, I understand you. That idea of threatening international media, that will not work.
Thank you.
Because international media did not cause your problem. They only come to report what they have said. But I understand what you are saying. The ball is in our court. I spoke earlier on about the electoral process. That is what we should be challenging and interrogating our electoral process. Now, this is how it will go. Is there any place where they can maneuver it and manipulate the figures? That is what we should be looking at now. Because remember, they said they will count you will vote and it will be counted. And when it's counted, all the agents will snap picture of the vote. But we now know that that is not enough.
Oh, sorry, please, Prof. Can you start again, please? They did not, please.
Oh, I said I took off on the issue of the electoral process. I said, you know the electoral process. That is what we should interrogate first. Look at the whole process, the electoral process, from the beginning, when the voter comes to the polling booth, to when the result is announced by INEC. Look at the process, and look at where you think there's likely to be a spot that will anchor manipulation. That is what you and I should be doing, and the younger ones than me should be doing now. At what point, if you remember, including me, I'm not blaming anybody, I was excited. And Professor Mahmoud Wajid said, guys, we have a new technology on ground, IREF, digital, we are going digital all the while. Once you voted in the polling booth, the vote is counted. Every agent of any party is allowed to snap picture of the result, Abi? And then you upload into IREF. And then as you upload into IREF, you'll be seeing it. Surulere 1 has arrived, this is the result. Surulere 2 has arrived, this is the cumulative result. Surulere 3. And then when you go to Kitty, you see it again. It's just coming in that way. And we were all excited. But nobody questioned what happened if there's a glitch. We assume everything to be easy. And indeed, there was no glitch. Because the same day they had the senatorial election, senatorial went through, but when it comes to the presidential election, there was a glitch. So it is now left for you and me to say, let's interrogate the electoral process. Let us interrogate it very well. If this thing is counted here, and we all take pictures, and you go to the collation center, what happens in the collation center? Will we be allowed to go to the collation center to see how it is being collated? Because you only have the result of your polling station. In the collation center, you will probably have result of you can have collation center 1 for 10 local government, collation center 2, 5 local government, the final collation center 3, 10 local government, making 25. Okay, how do we ensure that what we have done gets to the collation center 1 and it is collated and we are able to see it, that nobody is adding 120 to make it 1,120? Nobody, because it's so easy to rig electronically too. Nobody's adding, nobody's going to mess up with the process. How do we do that? So that by the time a collation center is collating its data, then because as you are collating it, it's supposed to be appearing on IREC. But we have seen now that IREF could have a glitch. What Professor Pato told me did now was to say they will have their own collation center that is independent, what do you call it? The collation of parties, independent parties. So they will have their own collation center. In other words, they will have their own IREF so that it will be released. But I know that if I was president, no, I won't do that. But I know that the president can kill that. Now he will kill it. They will go to court. And court will say, nobody, other than INEC, should release any result before INEC release it.
But sir, that is now court. We are not subjected to the Nigerian court.
No, I'm saying that by the time they do that, the particular thing that they are trying to do in a standardized IRF thing, they will not be able to do it. You can only do it in your room or anywhere at home. What they are trying to do, what the opposing party are trying to do, is to have a viewing center, a big viewing center, where you can all come and see it, and then you can see the real result. Then after seeing it, you wait for INEC home. But I'm saying that court can ban that.
Court can ban it. Court can ban it in Tinubu's Nigeria, but it is left for us. Tinubu have been disobeying court orders. The government is going to disobey court orders. Why shouldn't we as citizens disobey court orders?
What I'm trying to say is that is a food for thought.
Yes, let's assume, right?
That's why I said interrogate all the process. What happened if this thing happened? What
I would propose is that we must disobey court orders, because one thing that we Nigerians, and that is where my movement comes in, is that we are fighting for free and fair election. If Tinubu gets 100 million votes, he will get 100 million votes. But Tinubu will not get 100,000 votes and turn into 1 million votes. If you let him get Supreme Court, Sharia Court, Islamic Court, Arab Court, Oboni Court, any court he brings, the Nigerian people will always have to be superior to the court decisions.
Yeah, but my question is not the court decision now. My question is that, the court decision is after you have all collated your result. Before it gets to the collation center, where they will tamper with it, right? What will you do if, for instance, let me give an example of Edo State. Now that's my state, right? We had a sitting governor, Obaseki, and a very brilliant man was contesting, Igodalo, which we all thought would win by all material particular. Brilliant mind, brilliant lawyer. But what happens? When the thing got to collation center, they did not allow the sitting governor to enter the collation center. Of course, you know the reason now. The federal might, with the federal monopole, barricaded it. The guy came there to see what they are collecting. He said it's 9 p.m. How far? Let me see. They didn't allow him to enter. They did not allow him to enter. So what we are trying to do now is that I'm not saying that to be what will happen, but I'm saying that you all should interrogate the electoral process so that it will be free and fair. So that if Tinubu win, you have no choice but to listen to his policies and try and understand his policies and be patient, as he said. You should be patient that what he's doing is good for you. If today the Nigerians voted for him, fine. And if he lost, then you should also accept that he lost. But the question is that, do you know what APC is thinking?
I think I do, sir.
Oh, then you are going to be a prophet. But anyway, don't worry about that. I'm only giving Nigerian tea. I say, let us make the electoral process be reproof, whether anybody contesting or not. Because you know why?
Okay, so let me ask you a question personally now. Let me ask you a question personally before we get another question. Do you see this government as a government that will give you a reproof election?
I doubt it myself. I won't tell you lie. You can't come and start telling you lie. You know why I doubt it? Because I saw what happened in the so-called glitch. And I thought by now, INEC could have released the authentic report. So that the INEC could not release it is what worried me. 1. 2, why will you go and release the result at 2 a.m.? 2 a.m. on godly hours, when everybody was sleeping. INEC, you didn't sleep. those two things that happened made me lose faith in Mahmoud Waziri.
Can I ask a
When
follow-up
they
question?
removed him, I said, okay, let's give this new guy a chance. But there's a flaw on that. Nigeria should work on the fact that the sitting president should not be given the power to appoint INEC chairman.
True, but let's now this what
But
what
let's leave that alone. But the fact that those two things happen under INEC is making me worried. Then you have the electoral rule that says forged certificate is not enough to disqualify somebody. That will weaken my faith again. Then the third one says if somebody bring a strange ballot paper that does not even carry INEC logo, but the electoral officer on ground is what do they call it? It's okay. He can approve it and the person should vote. And I said, come on, what is this? Right? Because there's no reason why you should go to an election with your own voters, with your own ballot paper. It should be the ballot paper given to you by INEC at the polling booth. And it says, in Michael Guinea, go and read what Michael Guinea was crying about. He said, well, as long as the electoral officer said, okay, oh, you brought this, okay, have you voted now? Okay, fine, okay, I will accept this as a ballot paper. Bam, to the ballot box. The INEC, the what they call him now, the electoral officer accept it, and he said by that the law says it is okay, and you can't take him to court. These are the things that weakened my faith, but it did not weaken my faith in Nigeria. It's only weakened my faith in the electoral process. It did not weaken my faith in the leadership of this country, both the ones coming up. It's only weakened my faith in the electoral process. But I have infinite faith in young Nigerians coming up from my generation down, because I know that this type of discussion is what will ginger people to say, boy, it pays everybody in the electoral process is beautiful. I told you the benefit of it. Very many brilliant mind of men and women will begin to come out to contest when the electoral process is seen to be clean and fair. But if it's not fair, very many good minds will switch off. Not everybody can come and be doing things you are doing. You know. Some people don't have that patience, that time. Some people that go to hell. Some people don't have that patience. They don't care, because some people are gotten so frustrated that they don't even want to vote. But they won't tell you. They're just picking, because we are different. But that is why in governance you have to do things well, so that to make everybody get excited and get motivated to join the group governance. That's why we need to do that. There are people who are tired. There are people like me who are not just like me, who are here, who will say, you get supposed to come and speak, they will say, sorry, I'm not interested. Not that his head is empty. He's loaded with ideas and concepts. But he says he's not interested. Look at the man that brought General Electric power plant to Edo State in 2021. He's a Benin man. General Electric. He brought 2 power plants. Edo consumption, according to what we had, is about 600 megawatts. And he brought 2 power plants that could give Edo 750 megawatts. He said, I will bring this mobile power plant and I will install it in Edo State here. And I will immediately get the whole Edo State to have 24-hour power supply, on the condition that the governor will now start building their own power plant, just like Professor Naji did in Abia. Isn't that a brilliant idea?
Yes.
One thing or the other, calculation, I don't know what happened here and there. The man packed his bag and baggage and his power plant and flew back to the US. It's an Indian of Edo State. And he flew back to the US. I don't care what they discuss. All I know is that for that guy to have come down with such materials, he meant well. But now he flew back. And that has been the problem with us. Atiku was saying that, oh, we spent $16 billion in electricity. And that's my fault. I was the chairman of the economic team. It is regrettable that that money was wasted. Hey! And you say that and you're okay? And you want me to come and vote for you again? You blew $16 billion? So these are what we are saying. As you are interrogating the process, it's only for the good of every person. So that, look, there are times your enemies or the person you don't like win an election, But because the election is free and fair, you don't fast for him and you congratulate him. Simple as that. But as long as it is not fair, people will lose interest. Not the one going to court. Oh, no. Silent millions will just switch off, face their private career, their life, and forget about you. Do you know how many Nigerians you meet in Canada today or US? If you mention Nigeria, they'll say, beg, 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 beg. I don't have time for that. Don't blame them. We all have a different level of capacity to tolerate. Right? If you have the capacity to continue as an activist, the way you are doing, good luck to you. But there are people who cannot take it. Say, I beg, I beg, I beg, I beg. Forget about it. I have people who left. I have my classmates who left Nigeria the year we left secondary school to the US. And they are still there till now. And they have no intention to come back. They lost faith completely. You cannot blame them. But I still have Nigerians who left at that same time, who flew to Abuja 6 weeks ago to buy 100 acres of land and is building $100 million psychiatric hospital and a poultry farm. The same Nigerians. You see our different perception? This one has absolute hope that it will soon be okay. It will soon be better. But that is who we are. I hope you get my message.
Okay, sir. And also what he wants to build, as I said yesterday, is we sell psychiatric hospital in Nigeria now.
I know, you make me laugh.
The amount of Tinubu supporters alone that he will put in that hospital.
He do that because the wife is a psychiatric consultant. He's a consultant psychiatrist. That's why he's doing that at psychiatric hospital.
He will get customers. He will sell. I promise. Tell him that one. I will recommend for him. I have clients for him. Let me run on. Thank you so much. K, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and ask your question in a minute, please. K on TikTok. Oh, all right, King Slayer, please. You have a minute. Ask your question, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Go on, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the time. Prof, I greet you, sir.
I greet you too, my brother. God bless you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I was privileged to be on the live the first day you were on this live. So although I didn't start from the beginning, but I heard when you were talking about your time in school with Peter Obi, and that you later left the school to, I think, Ibadan to complete your degrees and all that. And you talked about how you, did you say you were teaching or so? And Emefiele, who was your course mate at the time, was in Zenith Bank, and he brought you into Zenith Bank, and you get to meet Tinubu. So my question, now, when you got to that point, you went back then and said that you declared your support for Peter Obi or something. I don't want to, I can't really put together how the words you used though, but you declared your support for Peter Obi. So my question is, what did you see in Peter Obi of then, of that, like, I don't know, probably 40 years ago or thereabout? What is it that you saw in him that made you feel like this person would be a good president for Nigeria?
Okay, let me be honest with you. It's not what I see in him then. What I see in him was his performance in Anambra State. Remember, he was in Anambra State 2006 and so on. His performance in Anambra State. The funny thing about it was that was the man that was impeached twice, remember? In fact, his own was very funny to me. They impeached him, he came back, they impeached him, again he came back. And he was coming back by the grace of the court. And they were impeaching him because he refused to allow them do a project with Egunje. Egunje is bribery. He refused to allow them pad up. That's why I began to pick interest in him. That's one. Two, I know how the head bridge was before Peter Obi came to power. I know how the head bridge. You may not know if you have cause to travel from time to time. I know how the head bridge was. I had cause of visiting Nnewi regularly for a friend. So I know how the head bridge was. And I
Niger.
think it took, I mean, oh yes, the Niger bridge, sorry, the Niger bridge. I know how it was. The traffic jam was, oh, you don't get traffic jam in Lagos. The traffic jam there is Pro Max. But the day I got there, it did that in almost about a year. I didn't go there until I visited a brother in Asaba. I will ask us to go and buy something across in Onitsha. I said, what? And I said, wow, this is good. And I saw Ojuko, that was the beginning. Then I began to look at Minister of Education, not him. Rated him as the guy, Minister of Work, sorry. Rated him as the guy with the best road network. That struck my interest. Then United Nations, not him. Rated him as the guy who had the best, what they call it, SDC. The
MDG.
Development Intervention something, yes.
The Millennium Development Goals.
As the best implementers of the Millennium Development Goals. Then it did something that shocked me. I knew very well in Abuja that every state government have their liaison office in Abuja. You know what this guy did? He said, of course, you know what the liaison office is used for. When the governor comes, that's where he will stay, everybody will laugh, they will drink, they will eat. That was it. He came and he said, why are you having, look at the number of staff, the food they eat, look at the budget. He said, for what? He closed it down and did he sell it or handed it over to United Nations?
He rented it to them.
To them. And in response to that, they agree on agreement for what to do for him. And have to supply those laptops he gave to all the secondary school, I don't know. But those were unique, pragmatic leadership skills that endeared me to, and I began to study him. I began to pay attention, just the way I paid attention to Lateef Jakonde when he was governor of Lagos State. And I was okay, this guy has to. Then there are a few things that I could not see. Then the issue of the teaching hospital in built in Oka from scratch to finish, and they made the heart center he built. He was not having a heart problem, but he knew that the people were having this thing. Those are things that endeared him. But what thrilled me more, I shared it here earlier on with you, the way he reduced cost of governance, where they have extra tank of fuel in the government house. They just they store almost 15,000-20,000 liters of fuel stored there. So that was a waste of money. Where he now reduced his entourage. Those are things that say, okay, this guy is really conservative. He's really know what governance is all about. Then the 25 entourage that follows him to Abuja when he's going. You know, if you see where governors made their trip, that's why many of them try to buy their own private jet. He said, why are these people following me? They followed him once or twice, though, in fairness to him. He took them because that was what protocol says. They realized that he's the only one going for the meeting. Then these 25 guys are in the hotel, eating morning food, afternoon food, evening food. If he stay 3 days, they will eat 6 times. And then the government will pay. And because they are doing nothing, they will eat more. And you trust government, trust civil servants. They will eat more, they will drink more. He came and looked at the cost and said, no. When next he was going, he told them, stop. I'm the one going for the meeting. Not you. Not all of you are not going. Him alone. It's not proper. Security protocol. What about security? He said, who will strangle me in the plane? What about when we get to Abuja? I will call the commissioner of police to send me somebody. And he did call. The commissioner of police followed him. I'm just giving you what endeared me to him. Then Paul Eneche is my friend. And his elder brother, Major General Eneche, gave a testimony. Not Peter Obi. Major Eneche was a lieutenant colonel then, in charge of lieutenant colonel in a 3 division. He said when their Bakassi Wahala was top and there was criminality, Peter Obi called him. This is not a Peter Obi testimony. This is General Eneche's testimony. Say, come, what can we do? The guy said, I told him what we could do as a security expert. He said, everything I requested for, the man gave it to me. Everything the cars, the personnel, everything. He said, that's how we wrestle the insecurity and crush it off. That is pragmatic leadership. That is exactly what I'm saying. That when you begin to have these things, you realize that. So I wasn't too surprised when he was leaving. He had extra money to keep aside. See, let me tell you the truth, oh. Don't make that mistake. Thank God you have someone like him. If you had stolen that money, what would you have done?
Nothing.
I'm asking a Nigerian here now. if he has stolen that money, what would you have done? Nothing. Nothing. And he said, no thief leaves the money he could have stolen, leave it unstolen. It takes a righteous man to leave the money he could have stolen and leave it behind because it is not his own. So my brother, that is what endeared me to. I said, oh, this is the type of person we could. I'm not saying he's an angel, but certainly he's not a thief. Somebody just gave a hint. They said, what about importing? That's what killed our economy. My brother, let me help you out here. Importing is not what killed our economy. What killed our economy is government bad policy on electricity and infrastructure. If we had electricity working, you know what will happen? All those things you are importing, somebody would have started producing it locally. And when you start producing locally, you will not be able to import and compete with them. And so you will stop importing. That is why when he said, I will move the economy from consumption to production, that's exactly what he's driving at. Those things I import. Look at this. If I import this and I make a lot of money, and now I have electricity in the country, I could reproduce this. And the cost of producing this is probably 70% cheaper than importing. Let people start producing it. You think the man who is importing will import this again? He doesn't want to incur loss. So he will not import it. This is why I gave him full marks. Even the final shocking was that Moto is coming up newly. How do you have so much faith in him? This is my personal thinking, oh. How do you have so much faith in this guy that you are going to devote buying cars from him when you could have called Toyota in Japan? And that is what he did. He patronized the guy. And that's what he did. Patronize the guy. I'm saying that, do you think if our Tinubu had said, Moto or the other guy that produced motor in Lagos, give me your best SUV and make it bulletproof, you think they will not do it for him? They will. That is leadership. And that is why I said, this guy have my flowers. He seems to know what pragmatic leadership is all about.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, sir. I think you have done a very good job in explaining that. But I always say, if I allow you, you can even go more, because this is even 20% of what the man did. But it's good. It's coming from someone that is not even an Igbo person or related to him or something. But you just stated it out as it is, and why many of us are pushing for the man, because I believe that our biggest problem in Nigeria is corruption. And exactly. And like you said yesterday, honesty and sincerity of purpose are the two key characteristics that any leader needs to have. And this man has it in abundance. Thank you so much, sir. Let me bring up the next speaker. Next question.
Okay. I was about to leave now. Okay, go ahead. Next question, please.
Okay, let me take one more.
Okay.
Let's take one more. X, nobody had this up, so I cannot bring any of you from X. So let's just take from TikTok. Let's take a lady. Jaja, please, if you have a question for Prof, just shoot.
Hello. Hi, it's an honor to meet you. Saddam, well done. And my question is this. Based on something in my childhood, my dad was a veteran journalist, one of the very few Northerners that fought for June 12th. But there are things I cannot say here. I was a curious child. I used to go to his home office and listen to things and read things beyond my power. But one thing I know, all these things happening in this country, sir, I don't know if you believe what I'm saying, it's scripted. One, there are documents I've read labeled called Elite Mafia. He did investigative journalism based on that. He's late anyway. We called him a madman. All his works today, if you go in there, at 1980 something, I read, that's where I heard about the Sambisa bunkers. A lot of things. And I later discovered that my dad was head of media intelligence. And I remember how documents were being passed before NIA. As a kid, I was that child. So there are things I'm not privy to say here because you will come for me. Already 7 years of litigation is enough to wire my brain sideways. Do you believe that all these things are scripted, sir? All these things, they made sure education has failed Nigerians. They made sure Nigeria is not a producing state. You know, with the advent of oil, discovery of oil, have you noticed the pattern whereby that was when they began to plan whatever they planned? It's just the minorities are from all over this country. From what I've read, these tape recorders, tiny ones that you record things I've listened to as a kid, and they scripted all this. And the more divided we are, because it works for them, because they discovered that Nigeria is very, very rich. And they're in cahoots with those in the West, but most of the people disturbing our peace today are those that today we call our leaders, and it's intentional. And whether we like it or not, from the bigotry, the nepotism, the ethnic differences, the religious, whatever they are using to divide us, it was all planned. They sat on a table, and from what I've read, I listened to, my dad was part of it, and he's late anyway, so they can't come for him. For me, I'm just a kid that read what's written past my power. It's all scripted, sir. That is why, at the long run, what he wrote there was that he foresees where we'll crash and burn, and then they will run off. That is why they have foreign investments. That is why they will rather repair jets. It's an escape route while we are killing ourselves, reducing the economy, while they are tapping the mineral resources, illegal mining, a lot of things going on, diverting our attentions. At the long run, they'll come back as messiahs to save a country. It has happened before, and it will continue to happen until we wake up to the equation whereby we detribalize ourselves. We believe that religion is a personal thing, and if you see why I believe that Peter Obi, there was something about Peter Obi. You see, when you see them attacking someone constantly, it's because he's not part of that circle. And whether we like it or not, I don't know if you notice the pattern. If they keep on attacking someone, then he's not part of the circle, the so-called elite mafia. Do you believe in what I'm saying, sir? And
Yes, thank you very much, my dear sister. Is it Jaja? Okay. Are you or Jaja Wanchuku? Anyway, let me tell you, even if it is scripted, nobody is doubting it. Now, what we are doing now is we're also scripting the mind of the next generation. Human beings scripted it, not angels. So human beings can unscript it and script it again properly for the Nigerian system. Yeah, it could be scripted. No, I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it. But human beings can unscript it and write it properly, rescript it for the betterment of this country. It's like when I talked to some of my students in Canada, I said, please give flowers to the early leaders, the founding fathers of Canada. I said, please, you guys should commend them. And they said, but why? I said, listen, I know where I'm coming from. When people who are born here will not know what I'm talking about. I said, comment. I said, because go and look at the history. Those early fathers had the opportunity of amassing the wealth of Canada, steal it, and take it back to Europe. They were originally descendants from England, from Italy, some from US, but they didn't do that. This guy decided to say, okay, we want to build an egalitarian society where the mistake made in UK and the mistake made in US, we will not repeat it in Canada. We would ensure that despite the capitalism in US, we will have our own capitalism with human face, welfareism. We will give free education, primary and secondary. I will make it world class that no individual can compete with government public school. They scripted it themselves. They also decided that medical services will be free. They scripted it themselves. So these are human beings, not angels. So I just keep reminding people, they are not spirits. So if they did that, we can do the same thing for our country. And that is where we are. That is why the ball is in your court. That time there was no internet, there was no email, Now we have internet. Look at the way the information is going. This generation should do better. You know, you are talking of 1980. I remember those days in the 80s. If I hear anything about 1940, I'll say, hey, that's my old, oh God. Now I now realize that if you add 40 to 85, it's 2005. I say, sure. So 40 years don't pass since 1985 to date. What does that tell you? How transient the life is. That's why we have to make case while the sun shines. Please, my dear, I know, but since you know, you now have to team up with your fellow people to say, don't let us make the mistake of our elders. They've made a mistake. Some could be an honest mistake. Some could be a deceitful mistake. Let's correct it. The honest mistake, let's correct it. The deceitful mistake, let's expose it. Let's build a better society so that our children will be proud. For me, my grandchildren will be proud. That's exactly what we are trying to do. And that is why God gave us internet now and gave us email to this generation. So you have enough information. You know those days when we were in school, where you want to write a simple project, you want to do a simple research, you go and spend the whole day in the library to be reading all old newspapers, be flipping it. These days, they want to do research and they all go to Google and Google it. So things have been made easier. So I have every reason to believe that the generation coming after us will do very well. But I want to see it happen in my lifetime. I want to see my generation be those who move it because they are. It's about the last batch now. By the time people who are more than 50, 51 have died and left this country, all of them will remain. And I'm not seeing Nigeria from any angle. so that is because there's no photographic image to keep about what is going on. So let us do something and interrogate the electoral process. Let us do something and rise above the narrative that is dividing the youths. Oh, you are tribalistic, you're not tribalistic, bigotry, this. No, 4+4. Not is not the issue. That is not. I told you of my student now who jackpot here because of poverty, and still supporting the people that made that to jackpot. I said, okay, see your mind. So please, what we should do is it's a marathon. It's a continuous work in progress. It's a continuous work in progress, right? If the electoral process is free and Tinubu wins, you have to support him. What you will do is like what I'm doing now. If you have an idea, load it to them. Say, President, this is what you are doing. That is not right. This is how you should go about it. If he does not win, another person win, the same thing. Because we are in it together. And when they say, what is the hanging fruit? Say, President, these are the hanging fruit you should do. These are the low hanging fruit you should do now. If you do this alone, these three things, Nigerians will be okay. These three things, look, if you do these few things, Nigerians will be okay. $8 billion, you will have 12,000 megawatts of electricity. Nigeria will go out of power failure. And that can be done in 18 months to 24 months. Another 150 billion will build 12 hospitals of 500 beds each. Tell the Chinese guy to do it for you. In 6 months, they will do the whole 12. Everything. Not the same Chinese guy or Nigerian contractors. We want to renovate all the primary schools in the country. Everything. And this is the model of Nigerian primary schools. This is how it should be. Every primary school should be renovated. Primary and secondary school. And then you now go down and tamp. If you say that I'm biased on teachers. Because the moment you take care of your teachers, you're taking care of the future of the country. Pay the teachers very well. A fresh university graduate joining the teaching force, nobody should earn less than 400,000, even in primary school or secondary school. No headmaster should earn less than 1.5 million. No principal should earn less than 3 million. I'm not talking about professors now. I'm talking about the foundation. Before you know what's happening, brilliant people will be coming from very part of the world. There was a time when Indians were flooding Nigeria now to teach. Mr. Wogis was my physics teacher. Alexander and Sakra, another was my biology teacher. Then Mr. Buford from England was my English teacher. We had 6, 7, 8 white guys and Indians in my school. Then, so it is possible. But don't give up. Don't give up. We have to keep doing that. I have discussed security before. I don't want to go into securities now. May God give them the wisdom to address it, because without security, none of those things can take place. But I believe continuous discussion and interrogating your leaders will help us solve this problem. So, guys, it's been a nice time. Permit me to. Right?
Thank you very much, Prof.
Somebody made me promise him. One of the commissioners made me promise him, saying, "I say you have been saying now." Somebody showed it to me. So, okay, you have a Twitter. I mean, you have a what they call it now, TikTok handle. Even the TikTok handle, now student make me go open now. For me, I did not even care about it. It was my student that pushed me to open TikTok handle. So this commissioner will tell me, okay, Francis, you know what you do? You have spoken extensively. Why not take this topic one for a week? Speak for 10 minutes in your TikTok handle for that week. Stop. Next week, take one other topic. Speak on it, bam, and your TikTok handle. So that I know what he's trying to do. Because if I did that, he will easily be able to access my TikTok handle and be able to see the various ones he's interested in, which is good. And I'm happy for him too. I'm happy that these leaders are listening. They are listening. They are listening. You see, the guy is my friend. He could have just ignored it. He could have ignored it. But they are listening. And it's not that we're telling you that, okay, you know what? Once in a week, do it. Maybe you want to speak on maybe the FX and fuel subsidy in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Speak on it this week. Then next week or later in the week again, speak on it. Just keep doing that before the year ends. So that you have a lot of referential points for them to look at. You think he's asking for that for nothing, for fun? No. It's not for fun. And then he asked me, if they call you now to come and say, will you run away? I said, that's not what I'm saying. Did you get my message? Yes. My message is that let the election be free and fair. Whoever wins, we will rally around that person. But let the election be free and fair. So thank you, guys. I love your paying attention for listening. That's what motivated the professor to give more talks. And I want to thank you. And my prayer is that whatever we have exchanged and have learned will be what will give Nigeria. I'll be excited to say, oh my God, Nigeria is changing. Oh, it will be like deja vu. Nigeria is changing. Oh God, Nigeria is getting better. Oh God, I'll be most happy. I have grandchildren now. I think I won't like to carry that. So, gentlemen, you know, December next year, we are spending our whole Christmas and New Year in the village. Happily take them there. And I will show them this is daddy's school. I will take them to Ajegule. I will drive from Ajegule. Say, this is where no, not grandpa now. Great grandpa used to live. This is our well. This is the pipe water that was dead. The pipe is back now. Oh, let's go on. We get to Agbo Malu. This was my primary school. I attended Papa Baptist Primary School. You see it? Yes. This is my secondary school. Then I would drive them to UI. This is UI. Well, no things like that. You can't. That is a holiday full for them. They will snap pictures and keep it and for history. I would have loved to do that. At the end, we end up producing a book like this, which by the time I've left this world, they will go back nostalgically, go through their trips. But we will get there, please. We will get there. Thank you very much. Permission to fall out. Please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Before you fall out, I just want to thank you, sir. So you hear my appreciation on behalf of everybody listening to you. Thousands of Nigerians are tuned in across the different platforms now. Thank you so much, sir. You're going to be a regular now, coming on my platforms, so please.
Well, no problem. Give me enough time. Give me time.
Right? Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I will do that. So God bless you. Take care of yourself.
God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Let's react to Prof.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Guys, let's react to Prof's submission. It's been, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start from. I don't know where to. Permission to fall out, sir. You can.
Yeah, yes. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bless you. Let the youngins now do it. Let's do it our own way. Thank you so much. Guys, you've been listening to Professor Francis, and for the past, from Monday up until date, he has been on my platform. I shared the story of how it happened on earlier on. For those that missed, it's just like, for me, it's like it was by chance. It's like a miracle that happened, and this man came up here and he said so many things. I had to download that video and I posted it, a 16 minutes video that went viral. And the government has reached out to him. They've been reaching out since then. So I know he has given me some privileged information that I cannot share, but I do know that what we are saying here has gotten to the very top of this government. And I know that he has a very good heart, and I know that they're reaching out to him not because they really want to change. No. I believe inside that this government do not have the capacity to change. I know that Bola Tinubu as a person do not want to fix Nigeria. He would have been the best person to fix it, and he has enough time to do it, but he has not done it because he doesn't have it in him. And he understands that if Nigeria works, his system that he has created to subjugate us in poverty will be broken. So they're never going to do anything. So I know that even this one they are whining Prof is that just to whine him and make him feel like and say nothing that happened, something, we are good. Tell us what we should do. You will tell them what they should do. These guys will not do shit. We are actually experiencing the very best of Bola Tinubu currently. Currently, right now, we are seeing his very best. If we make a mistake as a people and allow these people consolidating 27, then we'll now see the worst of this government, which Nigerians, I don't see our country surviving it. And my happiness is that we can now come to a point that a Rema, for us that have been shouting a new Nigeria is possible, we that are saying we want a new Nigeria. If you follow this conversation for the past 4 days now, you know that actually what we are asking for actually did existed in the country. We're not asking for anything miraculous. There's nothing that we're asking for right now that is extraordinary or that never existed. We're actually telling us, take us back to how you guys enjoyed this country. How can you be in university in your final year and companies are already coming to your school to search for workers? There was a time like this in Nigeria where you will wake up, you don't need to go and apply for a visa, you will book your flight and you will fly to London. You will fly to New York. There was a time like this in Nigeria and millions of people existed and benefited and witnessed this in real time. So what we're asking for today is nothing big. It's only in Nigeria that things are getting worse. Other countries, things are getting better. There was a time that coins was strong in Nigeria. Coins was strong in Europe. Coins was strong in Asia. Coins is still strong in all these other places. Coins is no longer functioning in Nigeria. So it is not, what we're asking for, what we're saying now is not something that is out of the ordinary. And I'm challenging especially people that please actually experienced these times that Prof has talked about. Please, our mommies and our daddies. I've been saying it for so long that you guys are the problem of the country because you guys experienced it, you saw these things, and you maintained silence. It is time for people to come out and speak up. It is time for people to, many of you are even the ones behind sowing this discord of tribalism and bigotry on social media right now. You open a room, you see somebody, an old man with beards, we don't escape. We escape from Nigeria. When we say visa day free, go UK. In the UK now they do bigotry. In the UK they do conservative. So please, my brothers and sisters, thank you so much. I'm just going to open up the floor right now for people to speak, and let's use the remaining hour to just dissect on the conversation, what you got from it, way forward. Because for me right now, I think we should be in the point of solution-driven conversations. We started this conversation on INEC. Actually, INEC should be the fulcrum of this conversation because for us to fix Nigeria, we must fix INEC or we must force INEC to do what is right. And the news we're getting out of INEC so far is criminal. It is criminal, and we have to address it on this live. My brother, Webin Nigeria, it's good to have you on the platform. Thank you for joining us. Let me start with you. You've been with us all through this week, so I think you have enough. And today, please, we'll be mixing the speakers. TikTokers will be bringing people up to speak. X will bring up to speak. So let's join everything. Make we mix some, And my brother, Webin Nigeria, if you can hear me, please just come in right now. Thank you. Let's just keep it as short as possible. Welcome, bro.
Yeah. Salam, I can hear you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to those of us here on X. Good evening to those listening on TikTok, I mean, I was actually listening, or I was actually on TikTok and here just some minutes ago. I decided to log out of TikTok for my other phone just to focus, come back here on X and focus. But I know on TikTok, there's probably even more people listening from TikTok by the count I saw just before I left. So good evening. I like Salam said to I'll ask Salam to try to moderate the space in such a way that we can have people speak from TikTok. Yeah, I've listened. Very fortunately and happily, I was in this first. I was ill from the beginning. Even today, Salam. So I came. I had some other engagement, so that's why I was not on the space earlier. So I came in what would be Nigerian time about 10:30. So probably an hour, actually 2 hours 30 minutes into the conversation. That's when I was free. So I actually went on before I started listening to the live conversation. I went on YouTube and went to play rewind. Like to start, at least to catch up on some of the things that have been said. I skipped, I played it on fast forward, some places, just to grab a lot of things. I have to tell you how much I want to make sure. And likely after this space, I'll probably go back on YouTube to listen properly because, like I said, I kind of listen, skipping some places and fast forwarding some places. I've been, and I think a lot of people have seen the first day, right? And Saddam had described how it happened. It was funny because same reaction I thought Saddam was going to have when the speaker at this time, who's now Professor Francis, who now not Professor Francis, unmuted his mic and said, "Oh, can I go?" For my mind, I said, "Oh, this person knows Saddam." Saddam would just I could see on TikTok, which is like an advantage. You could see the queue. I was like, okay, but divinely orchestrated. We're able to get to listen to him, and I was on the live, so I was in the comment section. I was, that's my role on TikTok comment section. Except I only come up to speak every now and then. But when he was speaking, I couldn't. I don't know. I couldn't take it. It was just so much to take. But I just want to narrow down to something he said yesterday. I wanted to say this yesterday during the space, but again, there was so much. There was just so much that I just preferred listening to him than even wanting to speak for just speaking sake. But what I did was yesterday I kind of put down like two major points that I was like, if I was going to speak yesterday, I would have probably made reference to this. Yesterday he made a lot of. I don't think I've ever heard so much. So a lot of us know Awolowo, and based on the minimum we heard from history, Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa. We know all these quote unquote heroes past. But yesterday, if you're in the conversation yesterday, if you're not, please go and maybe listen to it on YouTube. If you're in the conversation yesterday, he focused a lot of time talking about Awolowo. But you know why he was talking about Awolowo? What I saw in all the description he was giving was a Peter Obi. Because he really emphasized Awolowo's focus on education, how much Awolowo talked about education in Western Nigeria. And it just opened me. And one of the things I said in the comment section yesterday is that it's crazy how Awolowo labored. And this goes to Southwestern people. And for me, I'm not one of those people that think I know there's probably a couple of bigots here and there that support Tinubu. But I've also seen a lot of Southwesterners that many that support Peter. So it's not really but it's just sad to think that someone like Awolowo labored to see that education is a big deal, starting from Southwest Nigeria to the whole of Nigeria. And we now have a Tinubu that has come to change their entire trajectory. He said yesterday, and I remember when he said this yesterday, that in that time, I don't know if it was Awolowo or Jack Conde, but he said there was a time where if you are in the streets when you're supposed to be in your school, or when you're supposed to be in school, your parents will go in for it. But now, Tinubu would rather have children on the streets. Like, Tinubu is more focused on creating more arberos than creating brilliant minds, than creating intelligent minds. If we continue on this trajectory in Nigeria, especially even considering the fact that the few brilliant minds that we have left Nigeria, in 5-10 years from now, Nigeria will be a seriously deteriorated country. And I mean intellectually. So that's one of the main things he said yesterday. Then the second thing he said, the second area I focused on yesterday that I just want to, drive home is that yesterday, for those of you that listened to the conversation, he focused on two things. He called it honesty and sincerity. Honesty and sincerity. And I wanted to describe this yesterday, and I'm going to describe it now. When Peter Obi says, and this is what people don't get about leadership, it's quite unfortunate. Peter Obi says this every time, that what we need is a leader with competence, capacity, character, and compassion. Peter Obi says this every time. So people don't understand the implication of those words. Because the truth is that competence alone cannot do it. So, because what some people might want to tell you that, Tinubu is competent, or he hires those competent people, which we have proven that is a myth, is a lie. We've seen the people he hired in this is 4 years now. My biggest joy about Tinubu is that we got to experience it. Because if people don't experience it, it will be difficult to convince our northern brothers, or some of our southwestern brothers, even some of southeastern people, to say this guy is a disaster. This guy is all these things that they say about, he gathers the best brain, it is a myth that doesn't exist. Because Lagos is naturally a state where, even with the poorest of leadership, I've said this thing before, a lizard probably will rule Lagos and do better than Tinubu. Because Lagos is probably one of the easiest states to lead, based on the resources that you have. Very easy. Very easy. The best way you can imagine if any other good leader has Lagos to rule. So anyway, coming back to what I said, he talked about honesty and sincerity. And just to tell you, honesty and sincerity is that character component of what Peter Obi talks about. So it means that if you have a leader that is competent, like competent is, the intellectual part. Yeah, you went to school, you have the knowledge. Capacity is your ability to do it, like whether physical or other. Yes, you have the ability to do it. But what most of these leaders lack, which is what I want people to start telling anybody that tells you some of these things that they are always saying, is that it is character. And character is what the man broke down to sincerity and honesty. So it is why, even though Tinubu, no matter how much you advise him today to do the right thing, he cannot do it. It is not in him. He doesn't have the character.
All right.
You get? Tinubu does not have the character to deploy all these things. So it's why when people talk about this, he doesn't, because if he has the character, he would know some of all these exorbitant budget that they are doing, which is what Peter Obi will not do.
Okay, my brother. 1 minute, because based on we can't make today as long as possible. Based on we know how today is a much of interview, and I just want more people to respond, to reply. So I just want to minimize the timing as much as possible, because we can't. Brother, my waist is scattered here. So I don't think.
So I mean, these are the 2 points I noted from what the man said yesterday. One, the similarity you can easily see between Awo and Peter Obi in terms of education, and 2, the fact that what he emphasized yesterday in terms of honesty and sincerity is the character component of that CCC that Peter Obi talks about every time, which is missing in everybody you see. So, for example, if someone talks about Donald Duke, for example, what you want to ask is competent, yes, he has the capacity, but character-wise. So it's that character component that Peter Obi has proven, that character component and that compassion component that Peter Obi has proven, that really distinctive for me, from every other person. All right. So that's pretty much where I'll leave it for today.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Let me just circle the mic back to TikTok for now. Thank you guys. Thank you for your patience. Please, this is my co-host, Wellbeing Nigeria. So everybody that will be coming right now, I'll be giving everybody minimum of please 4 minutes. Just 4 minutes. Go straight to the point. Say what you've gotten from the whole conversations. You might not necessarily agree with us. You might not necessarily agree with what Prof have said. Let's know why. But what I say here on my platform is that please, I do not condone tribal bigotry. I do not condone it on my platform at all. At all. Please, minimum, let's even do 3 minutes. So you just wrap your thoughts in 3 minutes so that we can take as many people, because I have over 50 something requests right now on TikTok, and I want to bring as many people, and I have a whole lot also on X. So we'll be doing one TikTok, one X, 3 minutes each. Please, 3 minutes each. I don't want to read time. I mean, I'm a very impatient person. If Nigeria is the one that's connecting right now, it will be better. I don't get patience, so I will just, if I do 3 minutes, I will just off your mic. I no vex, please, just so that Nigerians can just let everybody have a chance to speak. So I'm going to start from, I've taken someone from X. I'm going to come to my sister Jaja. You're going to please come back much later because I really want you to speak. Many people don't know Jaja this is her house. Yes, her house. So Jaja is not a new person here. Let's just go to. I'm going to start from those that have been here for the longest. So I'm going to start with, please, my brother's situational leader. Good evening, sir. How can you help me this in 3 minutes, please? Situational leader, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening. My brother said I'm longest time. Yeah.
Longest time.
I joined the conversation and I listened to virtually almost everything Prof talked about. A lot of people do not understand that we're in a very difficult time in this country, and I wish some of these APC supporters are here to listen to him speak. And you now begin to see that there is a huge difference from what you see on social media and what is outside social media, because they make it look like, oh, Tinubu has the support and all of that. But guess what? When you go on the street, you ask people, you understand? Most people know who they are not voting for, right? But especially from my northern brothers, some of them are in between Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. And that is where some of us come in and we start to educate them, making them understand that it's not longer a religious, a tribal war. No, it's a battle to rescue Nigeria. And for me, as a strong supporter of Peter Obi from the Northeast, I've taken it upon myself to preach the gospel of Peter Obi to people on the street. Because for me, in Nigerian politics, he happens to be a very different person. And when you have a group of corrupt people and then you have one that has, to an extent, conquered greed, it actually means that is one of the quality of a good leader. And because I feel like these people have nothing against, and that's just the truth. Peter Obi might not be sent, but he said something which I truly believe. He said, I'm not a saint, but he's sure that he's not a criminal. How many of them can beat their chest to say that? How many of them can actually beat their chest to say, we are not thieves. We are not saints, but we are not criminals. You understand? Resources that is government exists for the good of the people, right? But yeah, these politicians can also say they are the people, right? But the question is, are they all the people? You and I on the street, we don't have access to some of these resources that is meant for us. They've borrowed our future. We're going to give birth to children, and at the end of the day, these children will not have access to resources that will better the quality of their life. All of a sudden, these APC supporters, I say, oh, hold your state governors and all of that. And I ask, in 2014, right, where were the state governors and the local government when Tinubu was holding Goodluck Jonathan accountable for every damn thing? And now we cannot hold Tinubu accountable. We must sit as a people to rescue this country. We must drop this tribal mindset. It's not, we're looking for a Nigerian president. And to a point, Peter Obi, for me, is one person that will unite this country, and that person that will be a Nigerian president. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, my brother. Straight to the point and straight at time. 3 minutes. God bless you so much. Thank you for the work you guys are doing down there in the Northeast. Let it keep going. Thank you so much. Let me run down to TikTok, to X, sorry. My brother M for Mikey, please, in 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hello, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Go shoot, bro.
Okay. Well, I've listened to Prof, and I've enjoyed his submission and his nostalgic journey that he's taking us through to make us, experience some of the things what Nigeria used to be. But to be honest with you, there are some certain comparison he was making, and there's some certain submission he made, especially today, that I felt like there's a bit more to it. For example, when he was talking about comparing 1993 election to 2023 and 2027, the reality is 1990 election the simplest form of election can hold and be free and fair if the players want it to be free and fair. The difference between 2023 and 1993 election and now is that the actors then wanted a free and fair election. That is why people can just queue behind their candidates and they can just count and they can just declare the results. That is why that is why MK Abiola could beat Tofa in Kano, even in his polling unit. It's because the players allowed it to be free and fair. Now, the difference now is that no matter what you do now, the players don't want it to be free and fair. If you listen to Prince Adebayo, which is one person that I really respect his level of intellect, he made a submission and he exposed a meeting he had with Tinubu with other groups. When they went to him, as a delegate to say, let's talk to president and see if we can talk to him. And because Prof was saying that they listen. These people went to him and talked about the electoral reform and how it's affecting democracy. His response was that he was angry and he was telling them, why should I help? Why should I help you guys with the electoral reform? Why should I make election free and fair? That when I was in opposition, he didn't find it easy. That he had to fight. So he's contesting too. So you could see it's not about whether these things can be done. It's the will to want to do what is right. These people cannot do it. They are not ready to do it. And so we can talk about what the nation used to be in the past. And you ask the question, why is it that the people who played that role, who enjoyed Nigeria and experienced Nigeria in that manner, why is it that all of them kept quiet? Bro, there is a lot of factors that today might not be the time. We don't have the time to dig deep into the systemic breakdown of how Nigeria, the institutions became what it is today. Because it was a systemic, deliberate breakdown, destruction of Nigerian economic system. So it didn't happen overnight. So we're not going to have the time now, but I'm sure that in the future, as time goes by, we will be able to sit down and deliberate and dig deep and expose all this structure.
All right.
But for me, to wrap up, I'll just say that nobody should think that you can talk APC into doing what is right. Talk from now till tomorrow. It's not going to happen. The only way things are going to change and Nigeria of our dream that we hope for will come through is all of us to actively be ready to make that Nigeria happen by demanding whatever it takes. We take our country back. That's it. There's no other way.
Thank you.
I rest.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. I 100% agree with you. APC is if you are thinking of gentleman approach to APC, there is no way for you. APC must see madness. APC must see if it's only madness you can insecure madness. The kind of APC madness, only madness, my brother. I totally agree with you. Thank you very much. All right, but I did not think. Let me just to on the side of Prof, I did not see Prof comparing the saying 1993 elections and 2023 elections were the same. He was not saying they were the same. He was just saying we have had a fair and fair election previously. Why can't we do it going forward? So I want to put that in context that he has been disappointed with INEC up until date, right? So he's not trying to smooth talk or feel like INEC are China. No. That was not his angle of the conversation. But thank you so much. Let me run to TikTok real quick. Please, guys, just 3 minutes. Let's just do this in 3 minutes, everybody, so that we can just share the mic. Maybe tomorrow or... And also, if we don't come out, we do this every weekdays, Mondays through Wednesdays. We are here Mondays to Thursdays. Fridays through the weekend, we rest. Then we come back on Mondays. 10 p.m. Nigerian time on Monday. You can catch us here on TikTok Live, just in case you want to join the conversation next time. That's just for me to drop it out there. But let me run the mic right now to who came out here last? Ima E. Ima E, can you hear me, please? You have 3
Yeah, I
minutes.
can hear you. Thank you so much, Saddam. Thank you for the inspiration. Sorry, sir. Okay. Thank you for the inspiration you had when you brought Prof up to this platform, because he has really enlightened our minds, especially touching on what made Nigeria really stand out back in the days, you know. So I know I equally heard about those stories from my dad, who equally went to UNN, and then he was in the Senate in the 80s. So they did a lot to transform Nigeria, which APC has watered down a lot. But my major concern is on how to reform the minds of the people now, because when you talk about government is on a level of their own, but the people are also on another level, because you see the trend now, people, the mindset of most people now, they are easily conform to tribalism. They easily conform to bigotry and stuff. So how do we get, I don't know, it's always been a bother to me, because the same people get recycled into our systems, and then they come and then they still do the same things. We've had people in government who have stayed there for as long as the Oshomoles, you know, all those set of people who have not really been able to, I don't know, affect Nigeria in the way we expected it should have gone by now. So it's the people I'm always more concerned about. How are we, especially with the newer breed of people now, how are we able to, because when Prof was talking, you know, he spoke from enthusiasm. He still believed that a better Nigeria could still, because he had experienced a better Nigeria at some stage. But now for the people, for most of, I don't belong to that school of thought anyway, because I know that why I left Nigeria was not probably because I foresaw that, Nigeria would deteriorate so bad, and then it did come to pass. But for the people, for our people now with the mindsets that are easily conformed to not wanting to see that, you know, this is black and this is white, and they still go on to because of personal gains and stuff. So my major concern has always been with the people and how we're able to affect Nigeria as a whole. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my sister. For me, you know, there are people with two different ideologies. Some people believe that change starts with the people. Some people believe that change starts from the top, right? And me, I'm of the opinion that change actually starts from the top. The people are. Some people say that the leaders are a product of the people. I firmly believe that while that is true, the people are also a product of the leaders. So, and which is easier to fix? Genuinely speaking, which is easier to fix? Is it easier to fix the mindset of 200 million people or the mindset of less than 2,000 people? The truth is that the easiest one to fix is the mindset of 2,000 people than 200 million people. And the truth of the matter is that those 2,000 people have the power now to reform the minds of the 250 million people. I always give this analogy and I say, I myself now in a Western country, before I leave my house, I must empty my bowel. I must make sure if it's a long trip, I'll make sure I don't drink much water before I go out. Because if by mistake I don't empty my bowel, I feel like wanting to urinate outside, I must hold it until I find a place where I will pay and urinate. Because my friend, we don't waka like that. That's Niger guy. We deal with the waka. He say making you say urinate. I say guy. He say I think they catch me. He go okay. You don't go make you go find one angle. Go urinate. Next thing, see police with bicycle. Just come. They wait for him for behind with they wait for him for behind with ATM. Listen. You pay like 150 something euros for charge. I witnessed all my eyes. Say since that day, the urine want my bladder won't break, make it break. But you see right now, if we come to Nigeria, if urine they catch me and then I can tell them pack, make I go release them for gutter. You can drive through this thing, you go see people waiting, some people sit down for they look you, then open their nash, they shit for outside. This is exactly how Singapore was prior to the advance of Lee Kuan Yew. Go and Google, read about Singapore. When you have a good leader that comes in and put in checks and balances, I say, let me give you guys an instance now. In Lagos, if you're caught urinating or defecating in public, you pay a fine of 50,000 naira. And when you're doing this, you've already created public toilets already in the state, different public toilets in the state that people pay to urinate 100 naira. To go to toilet, 200 naira. CCTV cameras are everywhere. They know that camera is watching them. Nobody will urinate outside. Nobody will defecate outside. Because not just you putting in rules and laws to checkmate it, you have actually created a system that they can actually use, which will be, the government will be earning money from that system, and you're also training the minds of the people. So you see, it's easier to fix. Policies and laws are easier to direct. Even the worst, the most stubborn set of people on earth, the most criminalized set of people on earth, take them to a place of law and order. They will adhere. Because there are consequences for bad behaviors. But what we have in Nigeria today is that there are no consequences for bad behavior. So there's no law and order. You'll be lined up in the airport, from Heathrow Airport. Oshomole will line up in the airport in America. They will enter train in America. As they land in MM1, they will start jumping queue. The same you that lined up, because there are no repercussion for bad behavior. And bad behavior and repercussion, consequences, does not have age. It does not have rank. It's a respecter of nobody. Be you president, be you senator, be you governor, be you house of rep. That is how you change the country. And this is what Prof was talking about yesterday. Low-hanging fruits. This one I'm saying right now, you can implement it in your first day in office. A government that is serious, but Tinubu is not a serious government. Let us run to I think let's take someone from, I think, where did we come from last time? I think on X, please. My brother, please, I have to jump protocol. Terence, please come in right now, please.
Wow, at last. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure listening to Prof give us wealth of knowledge. Well, Salam, I think he missed the date, because I remember when I was in higher institution, Chevron came to my school, but I went to a polytechnic, so these are specialized studies. So Chevron came, Total came, Mobil came, and they came for recruitment. So these are things we also enjoyed. Unfortunately, the system is now so bad that our level of education has dropped tremendously. But it's good that we were brought back to how it was back then. Because I also still remember that I went to a boarding school, and in my boarding school, we were fed 3 square meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We are the best schools, even when we had public schools, private schools, and we did quiz competitions and all that. And the private schools were struggling, where the government schools were in terms of education. And we had chemistry, physics, and biology labs that were well funded. But that's the reason why I'm here is because I want to inform everybody, obedient Nigerians, well-meaning individuals. Last week, Thursday, I tried all I could to come on the space, because the crew of Vawulence Space had given me the permission to introduce a project that we had discussed, and we said Vawulence Space is one of the spaces that we'll be using to spearhead this pet project. Now, imagine a scenario where, okay, let me put it this way. My target and my aspiration right now is to get Nigerians to hate APC. Sorry, I'm using strong words, but this is how I feel. My target and my aspirations is to get Nigerians to make APC be afraid to campaign, because the only way we can do that is for individuals or Nigerians to be abreast with informations that we on Twitter. And thanks to Saddam with his MS Saddam show, has broadened the horizon to TikTok, to Facebook. In fact, some of you've done a great job, because even when here that I'm not in Nigeria, and somebody came to my office yesterday and said that he listens to Saddam's Space on YouTube, and I'm like, Saddam? Is it the Saddam I know? I say, I don't know if you know the Saddam. I say, Saddam, I have Saddam's contact. And it felt good to brag that I had access to Saddam, even when he didn't have access to Saddam, but he listens to Saddam's Space on YouTube. And I'm like, the only social media space I am on is Twitter. And he's only on YouTube, and he listens to Saddam's show. I said, okay, listen to Saddam's show this night. You hear my voice on the show, and then we are going to talk tomorrow when we meet. So Saddam, kudos to that. You are really doing a tremendous job. People are beginning to talk about you, and it's because you saw the need to reach out to this social media, and kudos. Thank you for that. But let's see how we can expand this opportunity. And the reason is this: imagine we had an opportunity where we created listening centers. Listening centers, in when now that the World Cup is going on, we have people going to viewing centers to view matches and all that. Imagine a scenario where we have people listening in to us with speakers connected to a phone, our families connected to our shows, listening to us via a Bluetooth speaker, and also from time to time we connect. Now, when I spoke with a few of us, we decided that the Vawulence Space, which is the largest obedience movement space, is one of the main spaces that we're going to be using this opportunity and spreading this message with. Also, we highlighted the one MMC space. We also highlighted the Obedient Ninja space. Now, I am coming to make this announcement here with the authorization of the Vawulence Space crew to get volunteers. Reach out to me on DM, reach out to Saddam, reach out to Mommy Anka Dede, Magnific Dude. We would be discussing with you on a Google Meet on a designated date to give you the modalities of what we're going to be doing. It's going to be an opportunity for us to boycott the legacy media, which we don't have control over. We know the APC has control over that. And for us to discuss directly with the grassroots. My DM is open 24/7. I am accessible 24/7. I will give you access to my WhatsApp when we start the process. You're going to have special seats highlighted for members of the volunteer group in these spaces, because they will need to speak with. Imagine a scenario where we have people in Abuja, in a listening center, discussing and talking with persons that are in Sokoto, or in the east, or in the south, or in the south. Specifically, those that are in Rivers State, I am calling out those that are in Rivers State specifically, my state. Let us see how we can use this opportunity to get our acts together. Listen, the battle that we are in for is not a battle that we faced in 2023. This is more. This is even worse than what we envisaged. A failure, somebody that failed, should know that he has failed, but you see him coming to say he's going to contest in 2027, knowing that he even made a public statement that said, if I do not give you 24/7 electricity, do not vote me in. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. We had 8 months the previous time. Now we have less than 6 months. Thank you very much. Thanks for the show. Thanks for the great night that we had today. Thanks for being on Vawulence Space, even after the hiccups we had last weekend. Thank you very much, guys. Good night.
Thank you very much, my brother Thames. Thank you. So, guys, you heard Thames very, very loud and clear. Please we're trying to break protocol and go out, because one thing we cannot do, or we cannot compete with it, is with the government funds, and we don't have the funds that these governments have. We don't have but we are more pragmatic, we are more intelligent, we are more resourceful than these people. So we should be able to maximize the talent pool that we have going to the next elections. And this is one thing he's saying here, that we need to see how we can push these conversations beyond just social media. There are people offline that should be hearing what we're saying right now. That's why when I start this show, I always say, people, please share the live, get your people to join the live. I'm happy by the grace of God that, yes, our voices are getting into rooms, people are hearing us. I hear, but it is not enough for us. How can we get to 1 million Nigerians? How can we get to 100 million Nigerians? How can Nigerians, because the energy we use to take APC out in 2027 will be like 10 times the energy we use in 2023. Nigerians must be aware of what we must do. We must be very, the government must know. And when I talk about this, for the past couple of days, months, weeks, I've been talking about ring and buy, and people like, how can we do it? They will bring their thugs. I'm happy you guys saw what happened with VDM in Oyo State. That's a practical way of showing you how to protect your votes. Nobody will fear by rich thugs. Thugs and touts, they love their life because their life is only centered on one thing: to create chaos. They have no any other purpose on earth. Their life is centered on chaos. If they die now, they are no longer useful. And the greatest way you can always curb these thugs is when you have people that understand that these thugs are scared, and the power of numbers. So our job is to make sure that Nigerians know all these things we are saying. So we don't just circle the conversation around thousands of us across different platforms here. No, Nigerians everywhere should know what we're saying. So please reach out to my brother Thames and subsequent spaces. Please, Thames, you can come on Monday also, so that you can also just reshare this stuff for those that did not hear. Let's make people understand what we want to do. We want to make sure that Nigerians offline can hear what we're doing online. Thank you so much, my brother. So let me just take from TikTok. Call me Julie. Julie, welcome. Good evening. Please, 3 minutes. Julie, you're not audible, though. In case you think you're speaking, we can't hear you, but your mic is on mute. So I don't know if you could check your audio and come back. Let me circle. Julie, try. All right, let me circle to Mickey. Mickey, come in, please. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Sir Saddam.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Okay, I hope you can hear me very well, sir.
You're very audible, my brother. Shoot. 3 minutes.
Okay, first let me thank you guys. This is my first time being here. Though I do watch your stuffs on Instagram. Then I came to TikTok now and I saw the stuff. I first of all saw it on Tunde Zetno's post. So I was like, wow. So I was able to see you. So the second thing I wanted to say is I wanted to thank Prof because I'm also a product of Ajegunle. And from what Prof said, he lives in Mba Street. I always pass there while going to school. His street while going to school. I also went to public school. Then the third thing is everybody is now marketing Peter Obi. Like we are marketing Peter Obi. We all know who to vote and who not to vote. But the issue there again is how are we going to secure our vote? Because now we all know whom to vote. How are we going to secure our votes? The last time we voted, after voting, everybody ran home. That one is the first thing. For me, I've already talked to like me and some of my guys. Sometimes we do awareness because I said in Asaba here. We do personal awareness. What we are going to do this time around is after our vote, after casting our votes and they do the accounting and the rest of them. This time around, we are going to the local government. Let's see what is happening there. I think some of us can still buy this idea and, from there we see what we can do. Thank you. Nothing much.
Thank you very much, my brother Mickey. Thank you for keeping it as short as possible and going straight to time. Let me just, this question you asked is the question that I get almost every now and then, and it is good because it means only thing it just tells me is that what I did, I've not done enough. I actually made a video that I titled "Practical Ways on How We Will Secure Our Votes," and that video is actually on my pinned profile on, I think, all my socials. I don't know if it's on Facebook, but it's on all my socials. On Instagram, if you go on Instagram, you came from Instagram, so please check my pinned profile on Instagram. If on TikTok here, check my pinned profile on TikTok. And I'm just going to say, for those that will not check how we secure our vote, I'll keep it as short as possible. So after the last elections, you voted, you counted your votes from the polling units, and you won the polling units, you went back home. That's what happened. That's what happened. That's what 70 or 80, that's what 90% of Nigerians did in the last elections. But what we forgot is that elections are not won in the polling units. Elections are actually won in the coalition centers. That's where you win elections. So you can win in the polling units, they go to coalition centers where they tie the votes and write something else. So what we have to do going forward, how we will secure our vote, is actually what they call the Kwankwasia method of voting, which is you vote, you remain after you vote, you and your friends, your cartel of friends, you follow your votes from the polling units to the coalition centers, to the wards. That is where you say your local government. From the local government, you people will stay there in your hundreds of thousands. When a man that has been mandated to rig an elections and has been paid up front sees thousands of people in his office demand, and meanwhile, as we're speaking, saying this, the parties have already created a parallel IREV. So we already know the votes count for every local government. In real time, we'll be recording. We don't care what INEC is doing. We are going to do what we have to do. I'm saying what the party is doing already right now. There's going to be real-time transmission, real-time. So if you're in your ward right now and we're already tabulated your ward results, and let's say Tinubu has 50,000 votes in your ward, and let's say Peter B has 20,000 votes in your ward. Let's say Atiku has 10,000 votes in your ward, right? So Tinubu is winning that ward. What you people that have come in to do is to make sure that 50,000 votes, you already know. INEC work is to not start doing their own tabulation manually there. You already have an idea of the votes you people are going to come and see and hear in your thousands there. So any vote count that is contrary to what people already know will not be accepted. And how this works is that actually that even with your presence alone in that coalition center, in your thousands, automatically those people that are collecting the result knows that we cannot rig this one, because Nigerians are actually outside demanding that their vote must count. And if we do that and follow the votes from the polling units to the coalition centers, from the coalition centers to the state rec itself, in your hundreds of thousands, like Prof was saying that happened in Edo State, that the army came and gathered the coalition center. They gathered the coalition center because the people were not on ground. If 50,000 Edo citizens that voted for the guy that claimed he won the elections, if 50,000 of them occupied that coalition center before army came, army wouldn't have halfway to even pass in the first place. So we have to understand our roles as citizens and be ready to play our roles on time. And lastly, it will be a sacrilege for any Nigerian to come out and say, I did my polling unit. You're a grown-up man, an adult man, and you say, we did our polling unit too, and some talks come 5 or 10 talks, you'll come with 150 people a day. It's a sacrilege now. So we have to be ready for them also. As VDM do them, that's what we're supposed to do our own also. That's just plot. But if you want to see how more practical sense, please just go on my pin listening and you see the video. Also, please share it with your friends and family that have the same question, please. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you, Mickey. Now let me come to X real quick. Please, my Dimek, come in. You've been here for so long, so I'm just going to give you 3 minutes, please. Dimek, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Saddam. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Shoot, please.
Nice one. So, I wanted to ask Prof some question, but since he has gone, it's okay. Actually, I want to thank you for bringing him on because some of the things he said, even during the week, which I listened a little bit, is actually life story, real life story. He gave real life story, to Nigerians, from the perspective of somebody that knew Peter Obi and as well knew Tinubu himself. Some of the things he said were quite eye-opener to some of us actually are listening to him. What actually resonates with me mostly was there was a lady that asked him a question regarding Peter Obi. I think she was like, "Oh, you know Peter Obi right from time. Is it his character when you were together with him in college and all that made you to the warm up to him, to him or what?" And he said, "No, it wasn't." But he began to warm up towards him because of what he did, what he saw him did, when he was governor in Anambra. So not actually his knowledge of him as a housemate or co-student in the university, but what he did in Anambra. So, coming from him directly is actually getting, because people can now understand that when a lot of
Give me, please, in 30 seconds, please.
Peter Obi, it is because of Peter Obi himself and what he did, his antecedents. Because you actually know somebody when you give him power. You will know the true worth of a person. You know who somebody is actually when you give him power. So he knew Peter Obi when Peter Obi was in power, what he did with the power.
All right.
So sorry, Saddam. I could have asked him, maybe if you have opportunity to ask him, because
Dimek, I am please. Okay, sorry. I have to, please. I am working with time, and my brother.
Okay, it's okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please. All right, let me just circle the mic right now, please. Thank you, guys. Please, let's try and keep to time. I beg you guys. I said that is not my ways. They pay me. I beg. I just want to let's wrap it up. I want everybody that can speak to speak. Then we'll push it on. Call me, Julia. Are you ready to speak now, please? All right, Trent, just worry me since. Meanwhile, guys, please don't forget we'll be back on Monday, 10 p.m. Nigerian time.
I'm ready to speak. I'm so sorry. I connected my AirPod and I had to remove it. I'm sorry.
All right, that's
okay.
fine.
I heard half of what the Prof told us, and I think I understand everything. But I just want to add my 2 cents. I want us to think ahead to let's just assume that they did rig the election, because I know they will. They did rig this election. And then what do we do after? Do we just sit down or do we follow them to court? Let us follow them in numbers, in thousands to the court too. Because I don't want a situation whereby we'll just sit down being docile. And again, after we did get our aim, because I like to be positive, after we do get our aim, we need to keep reminding ourselves that we do not have to keep being docile. We need to keep talking every single time. Evil never sleeps, so good will never sleep too. We need to keep pushing, because if we are able to achieve our goals by getting other people informed, we need to keep teaching ourselves every single time that we don't let evil be. We keep questioning the government, we keep talking about things, we keep getting involved. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. People are replying in the comments saying we need a good call to 2027.
Yes, because we just have to be very careful. We just have to be like, open. Like I like to think of every possibility, like think ahead of time.
No,
We have to be smarter than them. Now if we go to courts now, the thing I used to say is that let's get evidence.
Yes.
Apart from snapping, because in the polling unit I was once an NYC, I was once a PO. I did this election thing, right? When you get there, you will have access to snap the voters, whatever. Once you have access to snap it, send it to, I don't know what you people are trying to collate together, but you people should have one document that stores every single thing. So discover all the polling units, have the names of all the single polling units in the whole of Nigeria, from Hausa to Igbo to Itiv, every single local government have all the polling units. Afterwards, you get pictures of every single polling unit that you can get. The thing will have the names of each polling unit. It will have the names of each polling unit. INEC cannot be smarter than us. In this time of AI, these people cannot be using our head like this. I'm just so pissed. Thinking of people that died in NSAS, thinking of people that they are cutting their head. It's so irritating. We just need to keep pushing. That's just what I would say. I'm so pissed right now. That's just what I want to say.
Nigeria is supposed to piss you off now. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will say this, right? I'll say this. I truly believe that. This is my opinion that 2027 should be it is still the votes of the people, total resistance, total rebellion, total revolution that will shake the grounds and the foundation of the country is what should happen. A total reset should what happen, because I do not trust Tinubu's courts. I do not trust that even if you give them all the evidence and of quality results, people will give you judgment. Those judges are all criminals. They are worse than the executive itself. So for me, it's just we shake the whole system off. We just shake everything aside and start afresh. That's the only way forward, because if these people they won't give you free, they won't give you free and fair election in the first place. They will not give you free and fair judgment in the courts. So it's either they declare what Nigerians actually voted for, or we find out, we take them out of power one way or another. Other countries are doing it. They don't have two heads. That's the only way forward for me. That's just it. And that's why people are telling me revolution. I say revolution can only happen with a trigger. And I truly, in my heart of heart, believe that the revolution that will happen in Nigeria will be a ballot revolution. That Tinubu and his gang will want to steal our votes, and then we will resist them and we'll chase them out of power. That's the only way. Because any other revolution, I don't think is going to happen. But thank you. Let's just keep the flow of the conversation going. Please, God's will for Nigeria, my sister. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening once again, Emir. Well-meaning everyone.
Please, 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, of course. And everyone on all the platforms, I greet you once again. Yeah, there's no way you will listen to Prof speak the way he spoke about the Nigeria he experienced, looking at what we're currently experiencing without wondering where and how the money they used to make Nigeria work to the extent of doing all he said they did for them in their time. And that was why, out of curiosity, I asked them, because I was wondering, could it be that those things they used to actualize that Nigeria are no more, or what? And from his answers, from the answer he gave, realized that the cocoa they used then are still in Nigeria. The groundnuts they use are still in Nigeria, and we eat that same groundnut every day. The palm kernel or palm nut they used, we still have palm kernel till date. I am a Deltan. Palm oil production source come in Niger Delta. In other words, everything we had as Nigerians that our then government used to make Nigeria work made our hospitals so equipped to the extent that the king of Saudi Arabia was coming into Nigeria for treatment. Everything has still in Nigeria. And now we even have oil. The same oil that Dubai has used to develop so much that to the point all our politicians and every Nigerian that is capable of moving out of Nigeria want to go to Dubai and enjoy what they have put in place. And I'm also very happy that he made it clear to us that those things were made possible because we had leaders that loved the people. Because we have leaders that put Nigeria and Nigerians first. During COVID, we saw what happened. Please, if my time is 30 seconds, please let me know so I can...
Yeah, you have 30 seconds actually.
Oh, really? Okay. During COVID, we saw how the world leaders were giving food to their people. We even saw videos of them putting foods and water on the streets. We saw videos of how the people call in. They will ask them, how many people are you in the house? They go to their doorstep to drop food. But at that time, the APC government of the then Buhari, they were buying exotic cars for themselves and for lawmakers, leaving Nigerians. Even after seeing videos of Nigerians queuing up somewhere on the highland, waiting to be given food.
All right.
Story is with what Prof has told them. Our previous leaders, they have Nigerians in mind, they love us, and they do everything, they put country first. But today, greed has taken over. And that's why despite removing subsidy, despite having oil upon all we had before, we are the poverty capital of the world. So guys, we have gotten a man that has been able to overcome greed in the person of Peter Gregory Obi. We just have to do everything to get this man in there. And let these guys who are treating Nigerians and Nigeria as if they are not part of it right now go to their various homes and relax.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. Mr. Trent, please come in 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yeah, good evening. I don't know if you can hear me clearly.
My brother, very clear. Shoot, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to ask Prof a question, but since he's no longer here, I'll just maybe ask the question, and maybe sometime, maybe when he comes online, then he'll answer.
The spirit of Prof is upon me, so ask.
My question is, I've listened to him. I was here when he came the very first time, and I used to come to your live most of the time if I have data. So, listening to him has really changed my perspective about Nigeria. Before I used to think that Nigeria's problem is unenlightenment and lack of education of the masses. That's the problem of Nigeria. But listening to him speak has really reshaped my views. So, but the question is, he has given criteria of which we can use to get a competent leader, somebody that can rule this country and bring him, save this country out of its drowning and misfortune. So my question is, after giving all those criteria, can those criteria really prevent Nigeria? Because we've seen in a situation whereby, I kind of view the world as a global jungle. So we've kind of seen what a certain country do when they refuse to play by their rules, and I kind of also view the world as a global market too. So if Nigeria should get some of those criteria that he has outlined, can those criteria, just only those criteria, prevent Nigeria from, because like something like maybe when Nigeria decides to maybe sell their oil in the dollar, in the petrodollar, can that person of those criteria really defend Nigeria? Defend Nigeria and its own
in parables.
resources.
Defend Nigeria from what?
From international entities.
Why?
That might be a threat to maybe, we in Nigeria here, the ruler might be making policies in Nigeria that we favor Nigeria. But due to the fact that Nigeria doesn't have the military capacity to defend itself, can those criteria of
Defend itself
the
from what? You're speaking in parables, my brother. Is anybody staging war on Nigeria?
like I said earlier, we have seen situations where if country like
which
I'm
country?
just saying
For instance,
like Iran.
What do you
Where
really
they
know about?
refuse
What do
to.
you really know about Iran?
I kind of knew much better in 1965, their democratically elected president was executed by the United States government. They killed the man. They unalived the man because he said that he tried to nationalize Iran oil, of which is going to be of Iran interest.
Is our case with Iran's case? Is there what's the similarity with Iran using Iran and Nigeria?
I think I understand him. If you like,
I do. I want him to be clear. He's speaking in parables. I understand where he's coming from, but I want him to just say that thing that is your mind. Just say it. Don't fear.
Okay, thank
We're
you
having a
very much.
conversation here. You're not even speaking. I understand your point, honestly speaking, but just say it, my brother. Chest them, talk them out.
Wait till they talk, Make I all speak broken because about the English.
Because yes, we are speaking for even the people when they talk, they say they hear broken.
The thing we say, I dey try talk say, like me and people they get these conversations like very well, like we say we they argue, and that thing they make me the reason some kind of mentality way dey for Nigeria. I swear. Because the thing we say, how can you? I grew up in the north. My biological mom is from just Plateau State, Panyam, and my dad is from Anambra State. I grew up in north. In that just where I did, railway full everywhere.
So you're my
but
brother.
that railway, they carry people. They carry people. Waiting the railway they carry. Where those things they carry, they go. This criteria now where Prof don't bring so like all these things now when you say that's how to know somebody that can rule a nation, that can transform a nation. Those criteria we don't bring now.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
You see, the truth of the matter is that the peculiarity of Nigeria is, and I'm going to say this in a way that I'll break it down. Let me see if we can understand it well. Nigeria is very wealthy. Nigeria is so rich that even if these people where they talk of now, where you don't want to talk about them, you believe say I know where you go.
My lawyer don't get lawyer.
Those people now, even though those people, the agenda that say they don't want make Nigeria use that thing we get, right?
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that there's so much wealth at the corridors of power still that can effect positive change in the country, that the country can still move on, and those people will still be benefiting. Let me tell you something, right? I want you to understand is that in every developed country in the world, there are two kinds of economies that run those countries: the formal economy and the informal economy. The formal economy is what me and you see. The informal economy we don't see. Those are the people that these same people now, where they talk of, now them they run the informal economy across the world. The movement of hard Tinubu people, white people, the people
straight up facts.
They run the informal economy of every nation on this planet Earth. But the truth of the matter is that the painful thing is that it's like a parallel government, but they work together. It's a symbiotic relationship. When you have a country whereby the informal are just taken out And the formal are aware of it, but they're not doing anything to see how they can use the informal to attract the formal, to help the formal instead. Then there's a problem, and that's why we're in Nigeria today. Our problem is that the informal is not working, the formal is not working. So
exactly.
The man called Mr. P2B right now, we focus on the formal. Where he will have a problem is if he comes in and want to go and start putting a hand in the informal. Then those people, those forces that you talk of now, he will now be a threat to them. Nigeria is so wealthy that you don't even need to focus on the formal, the informal.
But humans are meant to evolve now. Are we going to always...
you will when you're evolving, you go use your brain now. There's some things that you met on ground that you can. That's why for me, people say that when you enter, you go and jail people. You don't jail. And P2B have said it before. It's that when you don't close your shop and chase thieves. If you close your shops because thieves are pursuing are coming there, you cannot sell. You have to know the peculiarity of your problem. You have to create strategies to deal with your problems in a way that you don't. Let me use Anambra State for example, when P2B was governor. And when I speak about P2B, I speak about from his past experience. Anambra State has the biggest ratio and number of billionaires in Nigeria. Anambra has the strongest men in Nigeria. Men when they hear word, men when they create chaos. I've said this before. I said Anambra is the only state in Nigeria in history that a sitting governor was kidnapped. A sitting governor. It has not happened anywhere ever. It will never happen again. A sitting governor was then carry him like Peking. The government house was burnt down. Anambra State. Now strong men full that state until P2B came. So he has a history of knowing how to deal with strong men. And you see P2B, they say people they come visit him for your house. He goes to visit people in their houses. So he knows these people that will go. Me, I'm 100% certain that he knows this informal economy. But he's not going to put his interest there or put his mind there because he knows that in the formal economy itself, I can fix Nigeria because there's enough human capacity to fix Nigeria in the formal economy. So that place where your eye they go, my brother, come on your eye for there. Because whether you like it or not, that economy will continue to run. That's the unfortunate truth of your reality. I hope I've helped you, Sha. If I don't, maybe we'll talk more. Let's just allow that book come into the conversation, please.
To talk more about it, Sha. No, you don't try. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's just come to GT Web. GT Web, welcome to the live. Please, just in 3 minutes, we'll wrap up the live right now. I'll wrap up the live on X, then we'll just wrap up on TikTok. Focus more on TikTok.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Saddam. I want to thank the Prof for coming on board to enlighten us. I have been hearing about all of those things he talked about, and whenever they talk about all of those things, one begin to wonder if they ever happen. So it's so true to be.
Okay, go.
I'm actually very concerned about the issue we are having in our country, Nigeria, today, and I believe the last election, P2B won that election, and the coming election is also going to win. Now is how we are going to protect our vote, to making sure our vote counts. And that is the area where I want to chip in. I understand you explained earlier. We have 176,974 polling units in Nigeria. When the presidential House of Rep election will be coming up in January, all of this ward will be active. This is what I be saying, that NDC as a political party are on well-meaning Nigeria, who want Nigeria to be better as a country should do. The NDC as a party must come up with a structure to make sure that they employ people to man those election polling unit of 176,974 on election day. And the NDC as a party, like what Patutomi said, should set up a room where everything is going to be sent to. So what are they going to do? The polling agents are going to snap all of those ECA form on election day after the election, because
the re-election is being won in the polling unit. The collation center, they changes everything in the collation center. So the winners are right there determined in the election in the polling unit. So these 176,000 plus electoral agents are going to snap a clear copy of this ECA form and send it to a platform that will be originated by the NDC party. They are not going to announce results in concurrent or in alongside with INEC. No, what they should be doing is to make it open to the world. When these funds will be pouring in, it will be live to the world to see what is happening. So when it is being done, INEC have no choice. The Nigerian government have no choice because it has gone beyond what they can handle. Then from there on our own as citizens, as the electorate, we are to march with our ECA form to the polling, to the collation center. We should come there, bring our food, bring our address and our JBA to making sure that we observe whatever that is is going on there. Because if we must get it right as a country, we must get our electionary process right. And this is the little I want to chip in. And I want to thank you. I just got to know you yesterday. I listened to Prof while you were on the live with him, and I have been looking forward to a constructive and pragmatic submission on life like this, where many Nigeria who have something intellectually to offer on how we can move this country forward, coming together to discuss this idea on a larger platform. And I believe this is a very good one, and I want to thank you for what you are doing. At this juncture, I would like to leave it here. Do I have many other things to say? I believe as time goes on, I will also come up and make some other submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's good to know you too. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys. I think I'm just going to call it a wrap from my. We're going to end the after party on TikTok for the next couple of. Sorry, GT, if you don't mute your mic. My brother, Welcome Nigeria. Thank you so much. Let's just go on TikTok, guys. And so we'll just wrap up at the top of the hour on TikTok because my people there are much more. They have been so patient with us. So please, I want to thank you guys. Every one of you have joined us on X. Let me wrap up on X and we'll come to TikTok for the after party. So if you don't have my TikTok, please, it's at the Emir Saddam Show. Just go follow us up there if you still want to join the conversation. Thank you so much to all my Vawulencers on X. Thank you for always supporting this platform. Whenever we call you guys are always out sharing your numbers. Thank you for the conversations. Everything you guys are doing. Please, let's just get ready for a country that we ourselves have to fix it ourselves. We're not waiting for anybody. Nobody's going to come and do it for us if we don't do it ourselves. So I'll see you guys next week. But I'm going to just be a shout out to every one of you. My brother William Nigeria, thank you. Real Jack, JT, all of you that requested for the mic and did not get a chance to speak. I beg, no vex. We'll be back next week, Thursday, again for the Vawulence Space. My Mama Wakiri, thank you so much. Magnific dude. Momianka Dede, Godspeed for Nigerian Naira Exchange. Is the first one, Mr. Tony Otumbadike, Wenzi, D-Mac, Stella, you're everywhere on YouTube. Oyewole, my brother, thank you so much. Cindy Gold, Proud, Duchess, Vinny, Obi, Song, Chris, Folu, Prince, Concern, Facility, Julius, Adiwale, Talatu, every one of you that came out tonight on the Vawulence Space, Army of PH, I see you. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to take this show right now to TikTok. Let's have some serious conversations on TikTok, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys same time, same station, next week, Thursday on the Vawulence Space. But don't forget that we're back on Monday on Emir Saddam Show, 10 p.m. Nigerian time. God bless you all. Good night from my side on TikTok. Let's go back to TikTok. All right, my people on TikTok, how you be now? I'm back. So make I give you a mic now so people can speak. Oh God, see how many requests. Jesus. Now I can't bring everybody up. I beg, no vex. I can't bring everybody up. Let's see as we can bring the much you can bring up. Aye Koto.
Aye Koto, thank you.
Aye Koto.
I appreciate everything you are doing, and you are really giving service to Nigerians. And my prayer is that your effort will not be in vain. So I thank everybody on the platform as well. Now, my point is going to be very clear and simple. The first one has to do with how do we protect our votes. I was a collation officer for elections in 3 cycles from 2011, 2015, and 2019, after which I left Nigeria. So I will give you practical example of what happened in the collation place. Now, when you get to collation, the agents are expected to be there where you are collating. The agents that were at the voting units are also coming to the collation center where the result will be first collated. And also at all levels, the agents are expected to be there. So the first thing is that every party that will win election must have an agent in all the at the polling units and at the collation centers across all levels. Otherwise, they will do anything they want to do behind you. That's number one. So you must make sure you have an agent in all the places where the election will be collated. That's number one. So if you don't have agents that represent your interests, anything can happen. So people should ensure that they have agents in all units. Then the young lady there who was a copper who also was involved told us the form is EC8A, which is the result form, will be pasted so everybody can snap it. And once we snap it, we can send it to the cloud. In 2019, they gave those coppers, they gave them an iPad to send result to the cloud. And they did. But I don't know why they are not using that. So what we can demand from them now is electoral reform, electronic transmission of results. We must get that before 2027 election. So that's point one. Point two, we must also demand from anybody contesting from the office of the President of Nigeria developmental agenda blueprint, and it must come with timeline. 4 years developmental agenda, we want to see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Ayekoto. Thank you very much. Oluwarotimi Tobilola, can you do this in 3 minutes, please? Oluwatobilola, can you hear me? Oluwarotimi, are you there? All right, let me run to Zamzi.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you so much for all you're doing. God bless you. This is a lot of good work in nations building that you're doing, and I'm really grateful to you. And thanks for bringing Prof as well. He mentioned so many things, especially when he was talking about what they enjoyed going to school. And I was just like, I went to school in the 2000s, and at the time we thought Nigeria was bad. I remember when I gained admission into Uniben, all I had to pay was a registration fee of 2,450 naira. You know, with accommodation and everything, I think it was 11,500 there about roughly for, you know, there was no school fees, there was no tuition. And I hear it with pain in my heart when I see some loafers and people who can't think critically, thinking that this loan that Tinubu has brought is a good thing. And any small thing, they say, oh, they brought an Nel fund. And I want to give this analogy. It's akin to a father that perhaps inherited so much from his own father, and then he lavishes everything he has on parties and cars and private jets. And then he tells his children that, you know, don't worry, I'm living large right now, but I'm going to take loan for you guys to go to school, you know, so that you will pay those loans later in future. Meanwhile, he's busy squandering the resources that he inherited. That's what comes to my mind when people are praising Nelfon. Why on earth with Nigeria, a country so endowed with natural and human resources, oil producing country, will have all the minerals in this world, that we have to, our children have to pay loans? And if some of us grew up in today's Nigeria, I'm not sure I would be a graduate today. With all humility, you know, we went to school, secondary school, we didn't pay fees. We thought Nigeria was bad then. And my heart really goes out. How are people managing? With high cost of living, people can't eat. And then you bring these hundreds or thousands as fees and say, oh, there's no fund. And so, you know, a government that respects people, that pays attention when you see the way they treat health, they treat security, they treat education. If they cannot bring results, like someone said, we must demand what their plans are. And if they don't have anything to show in this critical sector, they are not a serious government. To be honest, whether it's Tinubu, APC, Buhari, these guys have no value for the Nigerian life. They have no value. Our children are in the bush. Our teachers are in the bush. People cannot, our schools are run down. Everybody goes to one useless private school or the other. We all went to public school, for goodness sake. Where is the social justice? And I want Nigerians to remember and go with this vengeance to vote and to protect that vote. If you continue to go down like this was just 20 years ago I went to school and I thought Nigeria was bad then. And now, think about what it will be in 10 years' time. If it continues this way and they bring their children abroad, I live in a Western country. My parents weren't educated. They were able to educate me with the little resources they had. We could go to the farm. I was telling my husband how that myself and my sister, we could trek to the farm. Grew up in a Edo state, in a rural area. There was no fear of anybody going to kidnap. There was no Fulani anywhere. They were rearing their cows who would pass them and greet them. All of a sudden, they've turned this country to something. We didn't have keys in my house. We would go to church and our homes. We didn't have locks. It was that safe. This was just 20 years ago. And please, let us remember, it's not joke. Oh, you are voting for your future. You see these animals, these leaders, these thieves, Nigerians have to drive them out. We are 200 and something million. The people stealing Nigerian, I'm not sure they are up to 100,000. And so please go to that vote and vote, whatever it takes. If they rig it, we shut the country down. I'm here. I've had 2 children in this country. I did not have to pay 1 naira to go to the hospital. You only needed to show because your taxes work for you. There was a time a man lost his wife, trying to take her from one hospital to the other because he was trying to deliver. And Nigerians were blaming him. Oh, why did he not plan? I'm like, oh no, we don't even know what to expect from a system. The conversation should have been, how can a woman be pregnant and they cannot access health care? How can you be sick and you cannot knock the GP's door? There's no hospital, there are no doctors, the teachers are not well paid. Nigeria is run down and we need to take it back. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Zamzi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you for this submission. Thank you. It's incumbent on us to take our country back. Starman, welcome. Please, you have the live, please, in 3 minutes.
Yeah, good day, everybody. I listened to Prof the very first day, the second day, and the third day, and for real, I think I'm so excited hearing. But I think the conversation now should be going around how to protect the vote. I've been listening to you for some time, and there is no other way to protect our vote than protecting it the way we can, because we already know what these guys are capable of doing. So since they are capable of doing this, we should also be capable of being able to oppose them anyway. So my submission would be, if we are going to vote, because me, I'm coming back to vote. I wanted to go back this year, but I think I'll postpone it to next year. So I'm going back to vote. If you are going to vote, go with your tools. Protect yourself, protect people around you. Don't allow anybody to come and don't let us not repeat what we did in 2023. And some of us will fold hand and be watching them, they will be doing anyhow. We are going to protect our vote with everything, because this, if we fail to do it this time around, I think there will be a very big problem. And let me digress a little bit. The other guy that called and was asking you a question about, I think he was trying to talk about the influence of international community. When they see country working for their people and not for them, they will try to oppose and bring in catastrophe and stuff. And if you have listened to Prof made mention of that also. The purpose of leadership, if you are sincere to your people, that is the most important thing. They will protect you. They will look at what is happening in the United States of America, in Iran, for example. The war in Iran, these guys are hoping, what are they hoping for? They are not hoping, because it's not because of the bomb or anything that they are hoping for, that there will be a revolution from the people. That is the core. That is their aim. It's not about the bomb, but they are waiting for the people to revolt against the government. But the people are not doing it, so they did not succeed in that war. So if the government is with the people, there is no amount of influence that the external government will bring that will work. The major thing is work for your people. your people will protect you. He even made mention of when is it the former president, when our plane was seized in other countries, that they flew their own to here, and we also grounded theirs also. And they weren't able, and no matter if they will go and they will still come back, because we have the population. The population will be able to engage and buy anything that we produce here, even without the outside world. That was what he was saying. So no matter what, the most important thing is to work for your people. As long as you are working for your people and delivering the dividend of democracy in your country, your people will be there to protect you from every other external, influence. But we are not seeing it in Nigeria. So moving forward, the major thing is for us to protect our vote. That's the major thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Let me come to Money. Welcome. Money. I think let me allow that people wrap up. Was that you do for us a wrap up, because now mommy submission you give us. I don't want to time you. So I will jump you. Let me skip this. I'll use other people. Then I will come to say I will give you time to wrap, to pour your mind. Just, and let me come to Ibison, can you hear me? Ibison, Abi. Ibsen. All right. User 366404088633492.
Present, sir.
Hi, God.
Sorry for the problem what I just give you now. So thank you so much. I really appreciate what you do.
I beg. Why you don't get him? Why you don't get
okay, my name is Ake. So but I'll
your
add
name
it.
is what?
Ake, A-K-E. Ake.
Why you know what put your name like
I go put out. Bear with me, please.
Are you also a TikTok illiterate like I was?
Yeah, so I'm new to this thing. I don't even know how it works. You can see. Right. So thank you so much for everything you do, and much respect to the prof that joined us to share his experience growing up. I mean, I had a good experience growing up as well, because I was born in the late 70s, and had a good experience. Had a good experience growing up. I won't lie to you. I remember when I was growing up in Port Harcourt, our house caught fire, and within 5 minutes, the fire service came to put out the fire. That was then free of charge, that kind of thing. But then that's just to digress a bit. The main thing I wanted to say, first of all, is to say freedom is never given. It has to be taken. So we should be prepared to take this freedom from these guys by force, peacefully or by force. So one of the things that has happened that we haven't taken advantage of is this electoral reform that the government rolled out, and the numerous clauses within that reform that was aimed at disenfranchising the ordinary Nigerian citizens. So that should have been a point for us to protest, because if you look at before Tinubu came into power during Goodluck Jonathan's time, he organized a protest for the subsidy removal and all that kind of stuff, and he got Goodluck's government to resign that decision to want to remove that subsidy at that point because of the protest. So I think we protesting for that electoral reform or transparency in the electoral reform and things like that is going to put a lot of additional pressure on the government. The other thing I wanted to say is, these guys, they go through every means to ensure that, at the polling station, they have armed people there to, intimidate voters or put them away from voting who their chosen candidates. So what measures are we going to have in place to forestall such situations where these guys are going to have armed? Because I've seen on Instagram where people were trying to go and either go into their polling station to go and register or something like that, and they were deterred by these armed, what do I call them? I don't know, all these miscreants, aboros, that discouraged them from going. So what kind of measures are we going to have in place to ensure that our voters or people go to the polling station to cast their vote and can do so freely without any encumbrance? Then the other thing, I think somebody has already mentioned it, is we need to have a control center where things can be collated. That control center, how or who's going to manage it. This is for the NDC party itself, and other aspirants. But me, I'm supporting the NDC party because of P2B, because we need this change badly. So, but have a control center where you can monitor all the activities going on, so that you can collect your own results and make sure that you push it through to to forestall all these electoral what's it called, tribunals that they might, because that's another ploy that APC uses. They send the results to the tribunals and they delay you there.
Okay, your time is up.
Okay, my time don't up. Okay, so but I think my first 2 points, those ones, please. But thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it, and thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me just please check my pinned video. I will say it one more time. Please check my pinned video. You will see how we are going to protect our votes. But
fantastic.
Not to sound like a broken record, there's not enough thugs in Nigeria to occupy all the polling units. And the most important thing that we have to inform Nigerians is that nobody should go to the polling unit just empty-handed. That you just go there and Nigerian youth make up 60% of the population.
Yeah.
The voting population in this election, we are over at least 70% of the voting population.
Yeah.
So the thugs are going to come there. They don't get 2 heads, they don't get 3 heads. I don't know if you watched the video of Very Dark Man's protest in Oyo State.
I saw it, yeah.
Exactly. Thugs don't run. Thugs don't like their life. Thugs they fear. So I will be ashamed of any. What I will not do is I will not even say. I will not accept that somebody come and thugs will come to a polling unit. You now come and be doing this thing. Carry this thing. Now they carry video. The video there. They show they are coming. They craze now. You decrease. You must be ready as a man. That's what I'm saying right now. Like me, my polling is I did like 7 of my friends.
Yeah.
Why I know say with all of us they vote for the same place. That's why I tell people, please, if you need to transfer your votes to a place that you're secured, or you have 3 or 4 people with you, so that you don't have to be. You should not be coming to ask questions. You should be there with the mindset of trying to protect your vote. It is your civic duty as a citizen to protect your vote. Nobody's going to do it for you. And the more, if you're 5 of you people and we don't get that mindset, me and my 5 of my friends, we jump for polling units. That is 10 people already. Another 5 come, 15. Per polling is like, let's say each polling is up to close to 100 people. How if we are let's say 40 men for day, there's no reason why 40 men should not be able to stand 3 or 4 thugs. Or 5 thugs, or 10 thugs, as the case may be.
Yeah.
If they see madness, they go run. Thugs are more scared than you, because their only job is to create chaos, and they survive by chaos. If you not buy them down, where they want chop again tomorrow. So that's the truth of the matter. So we have to be more desperate than they are, and we have to pass this message to our people. We have to be more desperate than they are. Very, very, very important. But thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you. Baba G.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Saddam, I want to first appreciate you for your job, man. You are doing a great job. God bless you. Quick one. In 2023, I went to my village. In fact, for the first time, I made up my mind I was going to vote, and I called a few of my friends and I told them that we are going to, make sure that our vote counted, And of course, they were out, but we did our best, and I waited until our vote. But what I didn't do was what you just highlighted in your post, which was going to the local government, follow up, and all of that. But I did what I could do, and I felt I did my best. But now I have realized I didn't do enough, So I'm going to put in my best to ensure that, talking to other of my friends to see that, okay, we are all having the same orientation, and we are going there with the same agenda. That way we'll have numbers, and just like you have mentioned, when we have number, it will be easy for us to like go against any fraud that might come against us. Again, my major concern is actually the core members. I don't know. When they're on that uniform, it is as if another spirit is possessing them. And I feel if it is possible for maybe have a kind of orientation for core members, making them realize that you are also part of this country. The job you are doing is just for one day. And once you are done with the job, you go back to face your reality. So I do not understand why a core member just at the polling unit will not allow people to exercise their franchise. So I see it as a major concern. The previous guy who spoke about being a star, I've forgotten what he said he was doing at the polling center. But then I feel he understands what I'm trying to say. And Saddam, I know you also served that. Maybe you served in Nigeria. I was also a youth corper back then, and I was used as a as agent, at the polling unit, and it was so easy to convince core members to manipulate voting. So I feel we can also start with them, by carrying out orientation, maybe inviting some of them to this platform, and perhaps we are sharing this live. Maybe it could get to them. So that way, during the voting, they will understand that they are also part of the system, and whatever that touches the finger may likely touch the whole of the body. So that is my submission. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me just go real quick. Okay, what? Please, you have the line. Please, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Saddam. I appreciate you for all you do, and I am an ardent follower of everything you do. The thing I notice is that we're easily to move on from things, and I think that would be very injurious. You remember when they mentioned the things about the INEC chairman, and all of a sudden the whole thing died down. That's a very major scandal that is capable of taking anybody out of office. If things were to be done properly, you can't have a biased person leading an umpire like an INEC, and you expect to have a good result. It's never going to happen. My dream is to see Nigeria work. My dream is to see Nigeria come back to its glory, take its place in Africa. I was born in the northern part of Nigeria. I'm an Igbo boy. I wrote outside in my WAEC. I love Nigeria as a country, but things are not working. We all could see that it's not working, and it's in our hands. Me personally, I know that one thing I love about the Eastern voters is that they are not influenced by money or by anything. Because I was in Nigeria in 2023. I came back from UK. I'm in UK here. I came back to Nigeria. I left there, I think, 2 days before the election. I left Nigeria 2 days before the election. I was in Enugu, and I sat with some SUG presidents from various institutions around Enugu and Abia and Anambra. And Atiku happened to come in for his rally and stuff like that. There was crowd there, but right there in the meeting, what those guys were saying, we'll collect his money and we'll vote who we want to vote. That's the kind of spirit I want to see in this election, coming election. But my problem is, like I said, we are easily to move on. We are easily to get distracted in Nigeria, especially the youth. Before you know, one saga or one thing will just come up now, and it will take our mindset off from the main goal. If Nigeria is better and if Nigeria is good today, it's good for everybody. It's not going to be good for one person. It's good for all of us. Some of us are abroad here where we don't enjoy it here. I have British passport, but it doesn't make here my home. Nigeria is my home. Nigeria is where all of us call home. If our place is good and if our place is better, I don't think there's any of us that will be here doing what?
All right.
Doing shift up and down and all these things, paying tax, paying huge tax. Like if you work too much, you get tax triple of that. The system is there to like put you in a checkbox, that kind of a thing. But if those values were being added, I listened to that professor yesterday and today. I wept. I cried because this man was like dissecting everything. Imagine that kind of a brain took all that he has and take it abroad. Like he's there now impacting those knowledge to foreign people. We have so many of this kind of person in Nigeria, that in abroad, that those kind of brain that will make our economy move forward. We have those people that are not even worth anything leading us. People that are not worth nothing. People that are not even educated leading us. Occupying all various positions.
All right, okay.
Sometimes when
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Please just wrap up in 30 seconds, I beg. Please.
Okay. So I really want us to this. Your platform is giving so much awareness, and I want them to take this kind of your energy. I just pray that God give you more strength to do this work. I just want people to come out with this same energy, demand for this change, and make it happen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, I just had to be. I'm honestly, I'm ready. I'm not the one here. I just have to. But thank you so much. You said a whole lot, and please don't keep up. That's the way it does. Nigeria, be say we always wait for one person. Please, I beg everybody get involved. Not just look at Saddam. Do it also. Get involved in the process. Create your ecosystem. Speak out. Reach out to people. Talk to your surroundings. Influence people around you. Let them be ready for the next elections. That's how we fix this country. Not just one person, because that's one of our problems. We all like to push it on people. You do. No, we all have to do. That's how we fix our country. But thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you. Uno Circle, my brother, welcome. Good evening. Please, my brother, I don't know how to do this, but in 3 minutes, I beg. Please.
I'm straightforward now. Yeah, welcome. I say welcome. Good evening. I was watching it on YouTube. I didn't I didn't want to be on TikTok. I wanted to see it on the large screen so that I'll take everything that's happening. There are two things I would say is Prof has told us the Nigeria that was and the Nigeria that His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi wants to make again. That's the first thing. The second thing is you heard that guy, the last speaker who was talking about what about the other people, and then you said Nigeria is so rich that we'll be able to manage the foreign influence and things like that. My submission today is simple. Why are we waiting for elections? The illegitimacy that we are all currently experiencing is not coming back in 2027. Okay, yes, 2 by 2 good day. We have seen what happened with VDM. But right now, what we need to actually be doing is start implementing. Now we know the Nigeria that was. We can now start implementing it. And I know with Saddam, I've sent him a DM and we have spoken off camera. We need to start implementing now. Okay, these people, how did they do it? They stole, when they got elected, they gave themselves some rights. They stole from, they were like, oh, we want car, we want this. Okay, let's look at the constitution. We can be able to crowdfund a SAN or two with lawyers. Break down the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Oh yeah, let us be doing that one as we're warming up towards the elections. I'm from Southern Kaduna. We're able to take it to the 774 local government and get everybody involved so that they know why they are holding their 2 by 2 on election day. They are going to say, okay, you want us to elect you.
sign this document. We have all agreed that this is what the new constitution, this is going to be the benefit, this is going to be your salary. You can't go beyond that. You can't come and start doing Escalade and yachts. No, this is what it is. This is what the teachers are going to be paid. This is how the public schools are going to be. This is how the healthcare and emergency, not just healthcare services or primary health, emergency services. If now something happened to you for a road, helicopter supposed drop there, pick you up. Ambulance supposed there. All those things, we put all those things in place. I love that Saddam has this platform and everybody through Prof, we know what was Nigeria. And it is us now together. There's professional networks of Nigerians worldwide. Everybody will now have to pitch in like, oh, this is the Nigeria we want. Okay, what is going to be our economic policy? Remember one thing Prof said, it was when he was in his final year that they stopped feeding them, and it was why. And he didn't want to mention names, but that was during former President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida's tenure, when they did the IMF, World Bank, and that.
Uno circle, I beg, my brother, please, time, please.
Yes. In fact, I'm just landing, sir. So now we know where things went wrong. Now, for us now, Generation X, Generation Millennials, Generation Z, Generation Alpha, we all now have to come together to create, before elections, we have the documentation, every local government has it, and all of that, like collectively, the Nigeria that we're restoring and the Nigeria for the 22nd century. And, I'm happy Saddam was speaking already, DMings, and hopefully we'll get a whole lot of professionals, software engineers, mechanicals, structural engineers, doctors, nurses. Everybody needs to come together at this point, and lawyers, please. And we can crowdfund it as well. In the next 3 months, we can be able to do this so that by the time election comes, everybody knows why they are holding their 2x2. If you want to be a dog, that is, you are a dog for who? Your papa, your mama, I be now who? Because the whole community already are saying, hey, these are the benefits we are holding this 2x2 for. And we have already told all the politicians to sign this document. That is the only way we will vote for you. And we already have a competent person that has the character, the integrity, and is verified, has done it. That he's not somebody that will just spend money randomly. We just need that at this moment. Please, thank you very much for giving me your time, and I hope the message is clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think as we go on, we'll keep talking about this. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right, guys, please, my head don't freeze though. So Eddie Moscow, please, 3 minutes. I don't know what you have to say, my brother. It's so important, but please, in 3 minutes, if you can do it in 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Saddam. I'm just here to speak to one person, just one person. And I know you're listening to me, and I'm thinking, you're probably thinking you want to sit this thing out. I was born 1984 in Nigeria, and I grew up in a community whereby we have shuttles. We're going to school. If the bus has to come at 7 a.m., trust me, the bus is going to be there at 7 a.m. In Nigeria, I promise you. I have traveled to the zoo in Ibadan. My parents took us for a weekend. Our radio player, the power light and the standby light, it was left on. It was green. We traveled for a weekend. We came back. It was green. So basically, for all that duration, power never flinked. So I know you're thinking that, this doesn't concern me. This is none of my business. I might as well just live my life and all that. Bro, I promise you, it's a possibility of a Nigeria that you can see. Right behind my house,
I had Milstetti. I had foreign researchers living with me in the same environment. And we'll ride bicycles. We'll go to my neighbor's house, we'll borrow video games, we'll come together, we'll do all those things. But guess what? Now it just sounds like a dream. Now it sounds like I'm painting some picture in some developed world. No! This happened in Osun State, Nigeria. So, you thinking this doesn't concern me, I can live my life, I can do all those things. Bro, I promise you, it is the future of your children and your children's children. Some people are sitting on and drinking 1962 with. So please, anything you can do, anyhow you can do it, we need to take this country back. I just wish we have some type of VR we can wear in the eyes of Nigerians to tell them, like, see what you're going to be. See the country you're going to have if they judiciously use your resources to make life better from you, because we are so used to that poverty and we just think this is how life is. Please wake up. Please do your best. I'll keep on supporting with what I can do here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eddie Moscow. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. All right, let's just go real quick. King of Africa, you have been disturbing me too. Please, my brother, 3 minutes, please. Just in 3 minutes, let's hear you out, please.
Okay, thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's been a wonderful 3 days being here with Prof, What I want to say is this. Firstly, there is nothing in Nigeria that's supposed to be INEC chairman. That is the center of corruption. INEC chairman is a no-no for Nigeria. And secondly, do you see a country like Nigeria where we move from production to consumption, it will never be easy. We should as well encourage ourselves, like having our own food security. If borders shut now, many people go suffer. So now, based on the electoral stuff that we are discussing, we should have our phones at hand. Each polling unit, after they count the vote, snap and put them for social media. Each polling unit, if everybody can do that, we can gather the real information that we need. Once they see that the informations of each polling unit is on the internet, it will be more than hard. It will be more than hard for them, I'm telling you, because even if you tell them that, okay, follow them to this place, you know how Nigeria can be. They can be open fire, and people as well are afraid of their lives. So this is something, and there might be glitch, like Prof said, there might be glitch. That one now 100%. So some things that we are doing now in this country, we just need to be very wise, and we need to be stepping ahead of them. That's the game-changing thing. We need to be stepping ahead of them. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Let me correct. I want to really correct this misconception. You cannot open fire people that are actually not committing a crime. That is a very wrong conception. And also, let me reiterate this. I want to put this in context for Nigerians to understand, because let me put it this way. Nigerians have been programmed to be scared. Nigerians have been programmed to be a fearful set of people. We are too fear for that country. We too they fear. Now that fear, you're not living in Nigeria. And you will hear, okay, my sister is saying NSAS. NSAS was a one-off situation.
Apart from
and NSAS, I'm coming, please. And NSAS also, the truth of the matter is that in that NSAS crowd that you saw that happen in the night, there were virtually less than 500 people there. There were virtually less than 500 people there. Other people were there on social media. You people don't, maybe Nigerians don't understand the power of crowd. If you've ever been in a place of 5,000 people, if you see a 5,000 crowd capacity, or a 10,000 crowd capacity, or a 50,000, then a 50,000 crowd capacity, they don't burn any police or army. Well, 50,000 Nigerians on the streets. Do you know what is 50,000 people standing on the streets? Because Nigerians, we don't understand the power of numbers. We don't understand the power of numbers. If you are 50, if you're 100 people out there protesting, they can shoot you. If you're 500 people, they can shoot you. If you're 1,000, they might try to. If they see 5,000 Nigerians on the street, people, all this video, please go and watch that video and post it. Video people, all those crowd, they were there for, or you say they don't pass 500. They don't reach 5. They don't, if 500 that I'm giving him capacity, they don't reach 500. We don't understand the power of numbers. We don't understand the power of numbers. Do you think that Nigerians in the army or in the police are not passing through bad governance? You think they're not seeing what is happening in the country? But they can only do as much as when they see a crowd that is into that they can pass, that they don't say, Oga send us go attack these people. They go see 500 people. They will disperse you people. Let them come out and see 50,000 Nigerians on the street. They don't burn that police well, that army well, that will raise one shot in that kind of a crowd. How many people do you want to shoot with 50,000 people out there? We have to grow as a generation of Nigerians to understand that we have to either choose to live, to actually live, or to fight for what is our own. And that is the mentality I'm passing to Nigerians. And to understand that, yes, there's a potentiality that there will be casualties. But you cannot get your country back from these criminals if you're not ready to pay that sacrifice. Just take it to the bank. If not, be ready for Tinubu 2.0. Just take it. You choose. You have to choose your poison. But I'm certain and I'm standing on the fact that if we come out in our numbers, I'm standing and I'm repeating it again, that if Nigerians come out in their numbers, and I'm using every possible metric for Nigerians to understand, we have less than, Seku, please, my brother, just a minute. We have less than 200,000 Nigerian policemen. We have less than 250,000 Nigerian military men. If you combine all our security forces in the country today, all the security forces in Nigeria, if you combine everything, DSS, SSS, NIA, civil defense, everything, every of the numbers, if you combine it together, they're not up to 700,000. I want to repeat it. You combine all the forces together in Nigeria, they're not up to 700,000. And instead of 700,000, a minimum of 200,000 are with the elite class, your police, with your governors, the presidency, your senators, your House of Rep members, your elite class, your big men and the rest. They share them. That is why in every electoral circle, they assign one or two. You see only one policeman per polling unit or one policeman. That is why, because there is no number of policemen or soldiers to stop you in a general election. If it is a state election, you now see that they deploy. If you say, let me use Ekiti State, that will happen this weekend. They will deploy soldiers from Osun State. They will deploy soldiers from Ondo. They will deploy soldiers from Oyo. All of them so that they can come in their numbers and be able to suppress what they want to suppress in Ekiti State. But in the time of a general elections, you cannot say every soldier will be in their base. We have to understand this. This is the mindset of fear they put into Nigerians. We don't have the security forces to stand a Nigerian population of 50,000 per state.